know if like streamers automatically reconnect. Actually, as well, I didn't mute. I came back into my room, and the stream could have come back earlier. I was having a full-on conversation, so anyway, I don't think it was anything crazy. Anyway, I think stream is back now. Let me just check. Sorry, it just like the internet fucking shut itself, and I think we're back now. I think I don't have to do anything. It just automatically reconnected, even though it was a significant amount of time. I couldn't even, like, it was that bad of a dropout. I couldn't even type from my phone, like, I guess with wireless. I couldn't even chat to say that it dropped out. So that's why I disappeared. Actually, the shit thing is I might have to restart again. I should have interfered with the reconnection, because it comes back to Twitch, but I don't think it comes back on the other platform. Yeah, so I'm not live on the other platform. Fuck. Okay. So I'm going to have to totally reinitiate the stream, just so I can do it the multi-platform way. So we should probably make this short and sweet. Because this is like the middle bit, of a, 1 minute of a 1 minute VOD. Where I'll be back, I guess. I'm just double checking everything. So... Wait, did it reconnect on the other platform? Because it says on my, there might be a delayed and then it will end. It says on my browser that it ended. Let me just check something. Like, the other platform has more of an opportunity to reconnect and not without disturbance than Twitch, ironically enough. But if it's been a long amount of time... If it's been a long amount of time, then it just literally ends that stream room, chat room, whatever, and then I can salvage it, usually. But maybe it's connected? That's crazy. It says stream's finished, though. Nah. Did it start? Oh, maybe it automatically started a new chat room. Hang on, let me see. Bruh. It's definitely ended the old one. I just wouldn't expect it to do that itself. Oh, it did. Alright. Alright, well, at least I didn't need to restart stream again. Oh, I think Restream is doing this different thing now, so where it can reconnect, but just because it's YouTube, it'll start a new chat room. Ah, fuck, I can't tell the other peeps, though. So, like, with Twitch, if you disconnect, Twitch is good because there's only one chat room. So if you disconnect and peeps are still lingering around, it'll reconnect on the same chat room, same everything. YouTube's different. Well, it depends how you do it on YouTube. But the way that I do it, because I like to schedule my streams, and I think it's only a byproduct because I like to schedule my streams and have a schedule. The scheduled streams are in a specific chat room that is unique to that stream. So it's reconnected, but it's reconnected with a different chat room. So people, if they're watching the stream in the old event or chat room and lingering around, it won't reconnect there. They have to go back to the home page and go into the new chat room. Do you know what I mean? I think YouTube does have a thing which is like Twitch, but that's if you stream the base way. But I'm streaming a weird way just so I can have scheduled streams. I think YouTube should do that. They should have a thing like Twitch where you could show a schedule of streams, like your stream schedule. What the fuck is that? Just flying around on
Meow
screen.
softly, thank you for the follow. Trinidad lol. I'm Pix,
Hey,
the
Trinidad.
sassy black cat on Twitch.
Welcome. We've just come back from a crash, and I'm just trying to figure my shit out. But welcome. Alright, good that I don't need to restart stream, because I'm multi-streaming. So, yeah, they just do it manually via community code. Oh, yeah, that's true.
Person needs your lap.
Actually, I've seen people do that. Maybe I should do that, actually. I'm always a bit shy to fucking post on the post section. But it still would be nice if they had a dedicated, like, schedule tab, like Twitch. But, yeah, you could do that. Because, like, you'll have a schedule up and then maybe you'll make posts in between that will push the schedule out a bit, but it probably won't get that pushed out. And you, like, people, like, who watch your content will probably get used to how you do things. So I could play with that. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. But I don't know, I'm always changing my schedule, so like I feel like if it's as an official post, I have to solidify it. Whereas if it's like Twitch and it's just like a little schedule thing, I feel like I can get away with changing it. I'm like, and then people are like, oh, you changed your schedule? Nah, it was always like that. What are you talking about? Like, but when I have to post, if I have to post on like a post on YouTube, I feel like it's like literally solidified. But maybe actually I might still play with that. It is what it is. It'll kind of be akin to like what I do, like I would do on Discord and stuff like that. Oh, like, sorry guys, not today. I thought it was going to be today. And just be a bit more active there. That's actually a good idea. Thanks for that. Welcome as well. So we're kind of like just fucking back in the game, but we literally just came back from a crash. But yeah, because of the multi-streaming and stuff, it always takes me by surprise. It's happened a couple of times though. But, like, when I come back, I don't know whether, like, what do I need to set up anything? Do I need to do anything? I think it's fine. Yeah, there's just no way of me telling the other people in the room if there was even anyone there to just go into the new YouTube room. But that's no biggie. If anyone's keen enough, they'll probably figure it out. Alright, so what's the title looking like? Oh, okay. So I think it's just finessing, but with the other platform, what I need to do... Fuck, how do I get there? I need to go to the new strim room and just edit some details there. So just accessing that. Because I go via Restream, they plaster their name on the thumbnail, but I figured a way around it. Shh. Once you organize a stream via Restream and it plasters Restream gigantically in the top corner of your thumbnail, you go into the settings for that stream on YouTube, and then you can manually change the thumbnail to override this. So I do that every time. But if I have to reconnect like this or something, redo something with Restream, then they re-put the thumbnail with their watermark on it. Nice little fun fact. Okay, yeah, I just need to reestablish all the details on the other platform. So like the game and stuff. So bear with me. Just let me do that. Hopefully the internet doesn't fail again. So I'll just kind of re-put those things in. Put them in the right playlist, right gaming category. Bro, I have to do all my tags again. Maybe we just try and speed run it, and then if we don't get all the same ones, it's okay. Alright. Goofy, screaming, vtuber, cozy screaming, commune, quitty, MeewGeo with one E as well, because that's usually my in-game name, but platform names I have the extra E. The Gap, because that's the game. Indie, this is like a 2003 game as well. Story, emotional, heartfelt. Fiction. Oh wait, no. It's kind of like a cross between, which I find interesting, is like this game's a cross between fact and fiction. Neuroscience. I'm probably not going to get far today because I'm just going to go on about all the learny stuff in it. So, hang on, let me tab back in chat. I'm still updating, so just in case I miss anything. Okay, good. Yeah, so this game is called The Gap. The Gap. It's 23 game. It's kind of, I think it's like an indie creator. And it's about this gentleman named Joshua, and he's suffering a neurological affliction. But I guess, like, I've been saying disorder, and it's degrading his memory to the point that his wife is left with his daughter. I don't know the awareness, though, with the wife around him having, nor what it is, a neurological disorder. Maybe she's unaware. Maybe she is, and it's too difficult. Maybe other things are going on. Like he might, I don't know. Still need to work it out. Then, like, maybe she had to leave. Maybe she just couldn't handle it. Fair enough. Maybe there was, maybe due to his condition, like he might be getting violent or something, and she had to leave because of that. Don't know yet. The reason that I was just trying to think, like, of potentialities of why she was leaving. And also taking in some of the surroundings. So I didn't realize till a lot later, or put together, there was like a knife thrown at the kitchen fridge or something. So, like, what the fuck? Like, did he throw that? Who threw that? And there was also like a gun and bullets. So, but that could be related to other things. So, and I mean, I don't know if that's the case why she left, but it could be a potential. Anyway, a lot more needs to be shed light, but I'm going at an extremely slow pace because, I don't know, I like to look at every painstakingly small thing, and this game's about neuroscience, and that topic fascinates me. So we were just reading a textbook in the game before it crashed, learning about the brain and neuroscience. Yes, I was reading a textbook within a game. And I was in the middle of, like, learning and reading and chatting about that and literally not progressing anywhere in the game and going on about it, and then the stream crashed. So I'm looking forward to resuming that once I get my tags back on the other platform. Bruh. I don't even know, like, how effective. I spend all these times at this time adding these tags, and I don't even know how effective they are. But I'm committed, so I'll do it anyway. I think some tags are probably worthy, but, like, all the tags that I put in are probably not. Yeah. Anyway, just bear with me while I reset that up. Okay. There. I think we're good, but what I need to add tags elsewhere. Tags. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to the last stream and just cut and paste them from that, so I don't have to think about them or type them out again. And then we should be good. We should be good. But yeah, welcome. Thanks for the follow. Hey, the timing's good at least. Well, I don't know, maybe from before the crash. At least you can come after the crash. Alright. Okay. Let me paste this in. Yeah, the only thing when I restream needs to reconnect on the other platform, it just kind of like, each stream is, like, unique, so it'll have its own tags and titles, so Restream can't really account for that. So when it reconnects, it just goes by the default original title and the default stock standard hashtags and stuff, so it doesn't have my painstakingly customized tags and classifications and shit like that. So I literally have to do it all again. Fun! But I'm pretty sure I'm done. That rhymes with fun. Okay. Alright, we good now? We good. Alright, now that I think we're good, welcome, hello. Anybody that's just joined us again, or for the first time, I'm Moosh. I like to play all sorts of different games. I've played a lot of hero shooters. I like to play healer. So like I used to play a game called Paladins. Sadly, on kind of its last legs. So I've got a little good memory and friendships from that game. Sorry, that was my toe cracking. Gross. And I play a lot of Overwatch. Still do, but I want to, and I've been liking to embrace a lot more different games in my life and on stream. So hence we are playing this indie game, emotional game. At times it feels kind of scary, but I don't think, maybe, but I don't think it's really at its core a horror game. It's just a very emotional, dramatic, and scary in that sense game. Because like obviously the guy's like suffering a neurological condition and losing his memory, and you know, just imagine if that were like, if you were gone through that would be, I mean, it's hard to even imagine, to be honest, but you would think that would be very scary. And I guess this is kind of like a simulator for that, really, kind of, because we're seeing it from his perspective, what he's going through, and it's kind of, in that respect, there's moments where it seems quite scary. But not fully fledged horror. Although at some points it's like it's so eerie and it's like at all. You know, when you're creeping through like walking through a horror game and it's like, is anyone there? It's all quiet and it's eerie. There are moments where it feels like that here, but I don't expect any ghosts to jump out or anything like that. But who knows? I didn't expect the parallel, like the fiction component to do with the parallel realities in this game. We haven't fleshed it out. It's just been alluding to that. So who knows? Maybe there's a fucking gigantic spider, some kind of ghost in the parallel reality, or maybe actually this reality. Who knows? Anyway. Yeah. But yeah, that's a good idea with the, yeah. Oh, shit! I knew I forgot something. That was a good idea with the YouTube posts with schedule and communicating a bit more via that way, kind of like Discord, because, you know, not everyone is the Discord, because obviously, you know, I make it, it's private and I let people know about joining it once get more familiar. So peeps that don't have access to Discord, I can communicate via them to them via the post side on the other platform. That's a very good idea. I might actually kind of do that, give that a go. But what was I doing? Anyway, yeah, speaking about the other platform, I need to get the chat box up again. So if anybody was trying to chat and I wasn't responding to them, that's because I need to get another chat box. Yeah. Maybe if I do my schedules via post, that way I won't schedule the streams, although I do like scheduling the streams. But if I don't have to schedule the streams, then I don't have to have this problem again of resetting things up if it crashes and for every stream. Because every stream, because it's scheduled on that platform, I have to do a new YouTube chat box. I need to do all this. Whereas I'm pretty sure I don't if I don't schedule the stream. It's more similar to Twitch then, I think. But I've been doing it this way for a while now, so that's all I know. Alright, so let me just get the chat box, the new one. Oh, hello. Tails, didn't see that because new chat box. So that's the last thing. Wait, do I need to set up everything else? No, because my computer didn't shut down. Bro, literally the bane of one's streaming existence is having to restart stream. Because I don't know about most people, but I feel like some people out there at least experience similar to me. Like when you have to set up for a stream, there's so many things you have to set up. So to have to do, like, fair enough, you do it for every stream, but to have to do that like twice or multiple times during one stream is actually a huge pain in the ass. You know, particularly if you're like vibing, you know, you're flowing, and then it just interrupts that flow, and then it's like, oh, hold on to that thought. Let me come back. Let me just come back from this chaos and this disarray. Let me just fucking calibrate, reorganize everything, and let me just get my breath back and my personal sanity back, and then we should be good again. You know? All right, let me put this YouTube the chat back. Bro, I'm losing my voice. And then we'll lock the docs. There we go. Yeah. But yeah, I've been enjoying playing all different games. I want to play a bit more scary games, but I always feel like I want to wait till I'm less fatigued, but that's never going to happen. So I think it's just like procrastinating, but I do actually want to play some. So maybe some more scary games, but you know, there's something to be said about this game that I struggle to finish games. I'm not going to lie, you know. I still have many games that I do envision myself finishing at some point or another, but I do start a lot of new games, and you know, it's very difficult and doesn't happen too often or too soon that I will actually finish a game. So the fact that I started this game last stream and I'm continuing to play it now and I'm quite enjoying myself, it's a testimony to the game and I. What is that testimony? I don't know. Can just get creative there. Alright, so... Oh, fuck. Alright, let's put this book down, otherwise if I let go of focus, it's going to transport me into a memory, right? It's not? No, it is. Okay. Because I need a drink. Sorry, guys. I picked up the book and then I realized I was thirsty. Also, it was supposed to be a small stream today, so when the stream drops out, it's like, fuck. Do we want a half an hour VOD? I mean, half an hour's not that bad if it was like 15 minutes. I'll probably play for another hour, hour and a half. That's still something. An hour and a half VOD. Alright. We'll probably won't make it much past this book, to be honest. Lol. Because I'm reading the whole thing and learning and talking about it. Bro, what were we talking about when I last left off? Oh, I think we were talking about the figure there. Synapses consist of the end of the transmitting neuron. I think that's the axon terminal, and the beginning of the receiving neuron, which I think is the dendrite, and the gap between them. And I was talking about the actual transmission across the gap and what initiates the like neurotransmitters and neurochemicals to bridge the gap. Because the electrical impulse, you know, of your brain communicating, brain cell to, you know, neuron to neuron, and that kind of communication going on in your brain for like, I don't know, a thought, an action or anything. It's not seamless electrical impulses. It's also, it's kind of like electrical impulse, neurochemical transmission across the synapse. And then electrical impulse, and then, you know, and then rinse and repeat. But we often think of like the shit that goes on in our brains, like our thoughts, our motor control, everything is down to the electrical impulses. Well, it's probably getting a lot of the fame and glory, but the other 50% is the neurochemical transmission to bridge, reignite that impulse and bridge the communication between the cells, and is part of the communication. So anyway, that's what that is. I think I was describing it a bit more like intensely, but don't take my word for it because it's been a hot minute, a while. Take it with a grain of salt. But yeah, obviously the electrical impulse must reach like the axon terminal, and like there's stuff in the membrane probably of the like proteins, transporters, shit that I forget how are the actual fucking neurotransmitters created. There's also reuptake, I think, of neurotransmitters, recycling, I think, or something. I don't know. And it goes, all this shit probably goes on in the axon terminal. But yeah, I don't know. At some point or another, and somewhere or another, take it as a grain of salt. The electrical impulse, if it reaches the axon terminal, kind of like initiates all sorts of processes, which probably, I don't know, create and or result in the I guess, exporting of neurochemicals, neurotransmitters into the synaptic cleft. So then it goes from impulse to neurochemicals, and then those neurochemicals traverse the cleft and bind onto receptors on the dendrite, membrane of the dendrite, and then, eventuate to reigniting the electrical impulse. Take it as a grain of salt. A grain of salt. And, like, you could even go deeper into that explanation. It's kind of mad. It's kind of mad. And that's learning in general for you. You can learn from a stand back overseeing point of view. Then you can go deeper. And then you can go deeper. And then, I don't know, maybe you could, like, keep getting into it. But there's probably a certain level where, that's probably it, or maybe not, actually. I don't know. Say with this neural communication is probably the level of, like, I think they call them transporters, like proteins in the membrane, and how the neurotransmitters are formed, but maybe not. You could probably break that down even, like, more so. I don't know, ions, atoms and shit. Fuck, I don't know. Anyway. But yeah, it's kind of like a car too. It depends what your interests and what's necessary. So you can learn how to drive a car but not know how things work. Or you can learn how to drive a car and how things kind of like work, put it together, like, and that be it. Or you could really go into the components or what makes up like an engine, or specialties or shit like that. It's the same with like learning the shit about the brain. Hey, Sly. What's new, Pooh? Mew9. Hey, Sly. Yeah, we just restarted stream because we had a crash. And I'm learning in the game. It's bringing back the learning stream. Except a nice visuality, is that a word? With the game. I really like this game. It's like the topic is up my alley. Really enjoying it. So it's getting me to do the learning streams, but it's a game. Alright. I usually look on the back of stuff and there's usually not anything there. Oh, you can't read the fucking blurb. It's literally a blurb. Neuroplasticity and memory formation. People always said you don't really get like base cells, like stem-like cells. Like, those really, what do you call it? There's a word for them. Primordial potential for plasticity. I don't know. What do you call those cells? Cells? I guess, for lack of a better way of describing it right now, stem-like cells. People say you don't have many of them. Like, there's a lot more going on when you're younger. And that in itself lends to plasticity to some degree. People say you don't really have much when you're older, or at one point in time they thought that you didn't have any at all. But you do. It's just not as heightened. But there are still those kind of cells going on. And also new technology and shit and research, like I was talking about previously, like, who knows where technology would take you, because literally they have done shit, like take already differentiated kind of adult skin cells, like, and they, scratch your skin, get those cells, and then they get them to regress to more stem-like cells. It's been a thing. Whether or not you can implement them back into the body and have them be functional, don't know if they're there yet. But they have been able to get like those stem-like kind of cells, revert those skin cells into those kind of cells and then redifferentiate them out. So say, let's make that skin cell now a cardiac cell. But I should say cardiac-like cell, stem cell-like cell. Fuck, I'm stumbling on my words. Because they, feature-wise and a lot-wise, they do emulate and look very much like, say, a cardiac cell or a stem-like cell. But in terms of how they function, say, if outside of Petri dish, not quite yet functional or known yet. Anyway, my keyboard is sensitive for some reason. What you do to it? What you say to your keyboard to make it so sensitive? Lol. That's why you need to harvest them. Bro, come on. Sly. Come on, I don't want to do, touch and go shit. I don't have to moderate. Alright, but if in doubt, take it out. So I think I need to take that one out. And it creates more work for me if I have to do that. Alright. Wait, is that a delayed message? Oh wait, it is. Wait, why is there a message that I'm not seeing in OBS, but I'm seeing it in the browser and it comes after Sly's messages? That's weird. I don't know, parallel reality or some shit. Anyway. Alright, back to learning. Yeah. The hippocampus as the locus of memory formation and storage. So in order to learn and stuff, like I said before, we're being very reductionistic, and probably a lot of stuff goes on, say, in the hippocampus in terms of memory formation, but it is not isolated to that one area and department of the brain. The brain is very interconnected, and probably a lot of the shit that is going on to do with memory in the hippocampus comes from or goes to other parts of the brain. But for the sake of being reductionistic to learn, yes, the hippocampus as the locus of memory formation and storage. There could be other loci, is that how you say it, of memory formation and storage, other than the hippocampus, and I dare say there is. So, anyway. Yeah. Actually, I think it was a serious issue with why there was a big controversy with stem cells. Yeah. That's what I mean. That's why, because it was a joke, right? That's why I deleted it, just in case, because if in doubt, take it out. Because there was, and probably still is, to be honest, a huge issue around that topic. Also, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but the controversy surrounding the stem cells, it's one particular type of stem cell, right? I'm pretty sure there are different kinds of stem cell or stem cell-like cells. There's more of an umbrella term for it. Wait, is it progenitor cell? Hang on. Let me Google it. I think it might be that. That was the word I was trying to think of. Primordial cell, but I don't think it was that. Maybe it was. I think progenitor. Progenitor cell. Cell. Meaning. I think I've said this before. A progenitor cell is a biological cell that has the ability to differentiate into a specific cell type. Okay, maybe not a progenitor cell, but progenitor cell is definitely one step prior to a, what do you even call the destination cell? Hang on, let's bring up this image. Maybe it'll... Okay, I'm gonna go to this random ass website so I can see the image a bit more clearly, and hopefully I don't get a virus. What are progenitor cells? Exploring neural, myeloid, and hematopoietic progenitor cells. What's this image? Wait, where's the image I was looking at before, bro? Oh, here. While stem cells have indefinite replication left, progenitor cells can at most differentiate into multiple types of specialized cell. Right. I think a progenitor cell emerges from, say, a stem cell is further along the line, but it has the potentiality to become specific kinds of cells, but it's more narrow in what it can be. So I think the example that's brought here into to do with the brain and neural cells, this is exactly it. So this particular progenitor cell probably can only create neural cells. But then within that, it could be a neuron. It could be, a glial cell, like an astrocyte or something. Because you know how you have neurons and then supporting cells. Bro, I'm going to embarrass myself. Can't remember shit. I'm probably on the right line. It's called neuroglia. I never know how to say that. I don't know. Alright, well then progenitor cell isn't it. Hang on, I need to find this term. What type of cells are stem cells? Maybe that will come up with it. I want a fucking name, bro. Maybe it is stem cells. I thought it was something else. Maybe it is. I feel like there was a... Hang on. Maybe we'll go that. What is a primordial cell? That is not a thing. A primordial germ cell, PGC, is a specific type of cell that arises early in embryonic development and is destined to become the precursor cell of gametes, sperm, and eggs. Okay, well, it is something. Not that one! Oh, I thought stem cells were just unprogrammed and could become anything through manipulation. I mean, well, every cell is kind of programmed to some degree, but probably in the way that you mean, yeah, I guess we, like, you know, I'm probably semantics. Yeah. In a way, yeah, Sly. I mean, I don't know if I'd say manipulation unless you're being like a scientist POV and trying to manipulate the environment and stuff. But the reason that stem-like cells do end up being, you know, progressing to specific cells and their destination, because if they can be any kind of cell, why do they end up as a cardiac cell? Or how does it end up as a cardiac cell? Or why do they end up sometimes as a skin cell or a muscle cell? Like, how and why does that happen? And I think it's something naturally. So we're talking about not man-made manipulation, but like naturally, how do they organically end up that way? And looking at it from like a developmental perspective, even probably, you know, like I said, you can get these cells when you're like in the adult body. They're just not as much, not as heightened as when you're younger and developing. So obviously a good example is like development. I don't know, like I've learnt this shit, and even then I'm a baby and I'm far reaching at this point for the information. But it like the cells, let's break it down. So the stem cells end up eventuating to a specific kind of specialized cell, like through its interaction or contact with its surrounding environment. And the surrounding environment can be influenced, like if we're taking development as an example, it can be influenced by many different things, but it could be like a time thing, and not even just a time thing, because a different time or a stage in development is indicative of a different environment that the cells are in. And when I say environment that the cells are in, I don't know, we could be talking about I can't say that word, extracellular fluid. I think that's the interstitial fluid, similar but different name. We could be talking about that. Maybe talk about what's going on in the mum's womb. I don't know. Like, there's just like a fluidy environment that the cells are in, and that environment in itself changes depending on a number of things. We could go into that, but it could have different fucking, I don't know, ions or different fucking substances. And it's those substances that interact with the stem cell membrane or the cell membrane and vice versa, and they interact with one another that ends up kind of dictating, or maybe not dictating, but forming that stem cell into its more destined cell. And yeah, you know, it's like development, right? So, you know, what forms first? I fucking don't remember and don't know. But there's like a series of like developmental stages where this forms, then this forms, and then this forms, and then reasons why they're happening in that order, and they feed into each other. And yeah, so like, I don't know, when the lungs are forming, it's indicative of this environment or just prior, this extracellular environment or this environment where the like stem cells are being exposed to an environment that kind of coaxes them or they interact with that end up transforming them into, say, respiratory cells. You know what I mean? It's kind of fascinating. It's very interesting. And yeah, so that's kind of like what I'm touching on here is like what I believe, like I did learn a bit about it, is like the premise of, say, getting a skin cell man-made, like laboratory science, manipulating and getting it to regress into a more basic stem-like cell in the petri dish, in the laboratory environment, not in a body, not from a, functioning environment in the body, but getting like, a skin cell that was functioning as a skin cell in the body functionally, taking that, putting it in a petri dish and then regressing it in a laboratory based on the fluid medium that you suspend and feed it. You control that medium. You put in certain stuff, and that's what they played around with to get it to go back and back and back. And then getting it to differentiate out, say, this skin cell into a neural-like cell from the stem-like cell. You start feeding it cell medium that would kind of coax it like natural. They probably use the nature as a reference book. What's the, extracellular fluid? What's the environment? Ions, I don't know, whatever. What's that shit looking when the brain's developing? And feed the stem-like cell that, and I'm pretty sure that that's how they've gotten stuff like that to coax into neural-like cells. Very interesting shit. But, yes, it was from a functioning skin cell in the body, but then it's been slapped in a petri dish, and then it's been, like, regressed in a petri dish, and then it's been differentiated into a neural cell into a petri dish. It kind of looks and smells like, okay, not smells, but I'm just getting a point across, like a neural cell. But is it going to behave like a neural cell functionally in a body? And shit like that has like a fucking, the testing of that has fucking, what do you call it? 'Cause ethics and shit. So, Anyway, I, spout about this all the time, but the cool stuff about, like, if this technology and this stuff works, and, the concerns to do with how, they were obtaining or, sussing out stem cells previously, literally that could be wiped away if this technology is good. And so many other concerns. Because what could happen is, say one has an ailment or a condition, whether it be cardiac, neurological, whatever, and you need replenishment of cells or you need to fix cells or shit like that, what if you could take a scraping, like not everybody, but, if it's not skin cells, it could be something else. But for most people, you could take a scraping of their skin cells, their own skin cells, and, it might not work in all instances. Hell, we don't know if it works now. But you could put these cells in a petri dish, regress them, and they're having a neurological condition, they're having a cardiac condition. Let's take their skin cells, regress them, and then redifferentiate them into the neural cells that we need, or the cardiac cells we need, or blood cells, or I don't know, or whatever. And let's use this as a model. Probably not in their lifetime, but maybe eventually it could amount into a cure or a way of working out a cure and obtaining cells that could help in curing someone's disease and then giving it back to the person. So you're literally, scraping renewable, like, skin cells from that person, the person's going to be all right. You know, skin cells, like, you know, you fucking scratch yourself, you know, whatever, it happens, you're going to survive. So it's no biggie, right? As long as you get their consent and if it's helping them, but consent is always important. And then getting them the cells that they need. There's no ethical, like, there's not the same ethical problems as with the controversies originally with stem cells. There. And another benefit is the issues of rejection are less likely and more controlled. Because, like, say if there's a condition where you need cells or blood cells or something like that, or transplants or shit like that, like, often a problem is rejection. But if it's from you, your own body, there's less likely. Like, I feel like maybe rejection might be a thing, but it's probably severely reduced. So that's sick. Anyway. I believe you were right. Progenitive... Wait, is general cell that can only be brain cells? No. Progenitor cell, I think, is any kind of cell. It's been slightly differentiated further than a stem cell. So I feel like a progenitor cell, I could be wrong, has been differentiated to some degree from a stem cell and is already kind of on a pathway. It's not as set in stone or specialized organically as a very specialized cell like a cardiac cell. It's a bit earlier along in the pipeline than that, but it's definitely progressed more than a stem cell, which could potentially be work its way to being anything. It's further down the pipeline, but it still has the potential to be a certain, like it's like an umbrella, and beneath it is specific cells that it can be. And there's different umbrellas. So if it's this type of progenitor, this type of umbrella cell, it can be a number of different cells potentially still, but only within that umbrella, and there's multiple umbrellas. Whereas a stem cell is like, there's one umbrella and it can be anything. You know what I mean? So with a progenitor cell, it's not locked to neural cells only, unless it's a progenitor cell of that neural umbrella. So maybe there's like other cells, I don't know, cardiac cells or whatever, and there's like all different, I don't fucking know. I don't know, the brain was the good example for me. I don't know too much about the other parts of the body. But a progenitor cell could be like not a neural progenitor. Well, literally that's it. There are names to describe them. I'm pretty sure I've heard of neural progenitor cell. So, I don't know. Let me look up cardiac progenitor cell and see if it's a thing. Cardiac progenitor cell. Yeah. Cardiac progenitor cells. CPCs are specialized stem cells. See, they're, like, you got to be careful with the terminology, but even they're still calling them stem cells. Cardiac progenitor cells, CPCs, are specialized stem cells found in the heart. I think it's a bit, like, confusing to still address them as stem cells, but they could still be a number of cells, but it's just in the cardiac department. So not, say, neural or anything. Anyway, they say specialized stem cells found in the heart that have the potential to differentiate into various cell types, including cardiomyocytes, smooth muscle cells, and endothelial cells. They play a crucial role in heart repair after injury and are being investigated for potential regenerative medicine applications. Ooh, that's interesting. Because regenerative medicine is in its own department. Ballpark, like, you know, just because they're studying it and it's a cardiac progenitor cell and it's it plays a part in regeneration, maybe you could, learn a few things that might eventually inform like spinal cord regeneration or shit like that. I don't know. Anyway. I'm gonna have to tab out. Oh, I was tapping out before. I forget. There's no sound while it's tabbed out, but you probably not noticed. It's pretty quiet in this room. Yeah, so progenitor cells they could eventuate to something different than a brain cell. Depends what progenitor cell it is. If it's a neural progenitor cell, then it's going to be neural. Stem cells go to trade school. I'm gonna be along someone. They were doing that, then it was banned by the... Who's the who? And they were doing what? Hashtag what? Hi, Koof. I've literally loaded into the game how long ago? At least an hour ago, when I managed to travel to the 𝖘𝖚𝖕. I did a brain encore song. I flipped it though. It was about having a brain, protecting your brain and supporting those struggling. And then I looked at a few things, and then I wandered to this book. And then ever since this book, I've been here for like an hour talking about shit. It's getting me to do the learning strims, but I'm in a pretty game. The learning strims are back, Koof. I like this game that it's incited that. Anyway, I haven't finished the book. I'm struggling to even finish the first page. Oh, yeah, it's like real life when I'm reading textbooks. We still got the right side to go. Yeah. What were you saying, Sly? They were doing that? Doing what? Then it was banned by the WHO? And what's the WHO? WHO. Are you talking about the skin cell thing? Why would they ban that? That's so dumb. Actually, fine. Maybe I shouldn't say that, but they probably have their reasons. If you literally have someone giving consent to take their skin cells, what is the problem? Because they don't get hurt. Unless they have a skin condition, okay? Like there is like a condition where they have really bad pain and issue with their skin. So I can see that being a problem. But I'm talking about in situations where that is not the case for a lot of people giving consent. There's the potential to be able to cure anything that ails you or anything on the fucking planet at some point, maybe not in your lifetime, but isn't that potential benefit outweigh the menial cost of a simple scratch of the skin? And the skin cells will regenerate. You literally shed skin, bro. Like, when they do, like... Well, at least in Australia, but probably pretty much everywhere else, these days, science is regulated. You can't just do willy-nilly. They've done willy-nilly in the past, and I guess hopefully, they've learned their lesson. You can't willy-nilly. Bad stuff happens when people do willy-nilly. So things and research and stuff is governed and regulated by multiple committees made out of multiple people. Like literally, like ethics committees, generally like governing, like the main ethics committee that governs whether research can go ahead or not, it literally consists of stuff like, it literally has to have certain positions filled. So, like, say one would be an expert of the field. So, say if it's like a neuroscience research project, it'll have a neuroscience expert on the panel. It will also have room for somebody that is not a neuroscience expert of the panel and is someone, what they call a layperson from the community. So it will have an expert of the field. It will have someone from the community. It'll have this and that and all the different... They try their best. Like, obviously you can't be perfect, but they're trying to regulate it. And it will have all these people look and discuss and say, hey, most of the time, most research thing they want to get approved to go ahead doesn't get the go ahead the first time. These people will go back and say, look at this. We've discussed this. Can you mediate this? Can you look at this? this and this. And anyway, what they're also evaluating is the cost versus benefit. So some projects won't even have a chance. Maybe if they, most people aren't idiots these days. Why bother if you, people know what the committees are evaluating now. So if your science project isn't even near that, it's not going to get approved. Why waste your time? So people who are trying to do research don't want to waste their time. They want to research stuff and invest their life in these kind of things. So they're going to try and meet the committee somewhere. But what the committee judges is a cost versus benefits thing. So what's the potential benefits? You don't know the benefits, right? It's research. But usually, they're a well-calculated, well-thought-out research, and that's what the committee governs as well, and tries to get people to do better. But you could see that it could, possibly lead to such benefits or raise awareness about whether this... It'll still be important even if it doesn't reach the potential benefits, because that's research for you. It could at least raise the awareness that, okay, this doesn't lead to this benefit, and that's important in itself. So now what do we go look at next? But yeah, anyway, so it's potential benefits. I'm rambling. So they'll evaluate cost versus benefits. So what is the potential benefits of this research? We don't know, but what's the potential benefits? And what is the cost? What is the cost? So say to do with harvesting skin cells for this kind of research into a individual, there's a word for it. You're trying to create a model from a single individual's, a model of their disease for that specific individual, which could lead to cures later on in general for other people. There's words for this shit. Fuck, I've forgotten them. But anyway, so the cost would be, this person's going to lose some skin cells. They might flinch a little when they get scratched or whatever. But at the end of the day, we get scratched. It's no big amount of pain. As long as they've given consent. Consent is always important. They'll regenerate skin cells. We lose skin cells anyway on a regular basis. The cost is very minimal, to be honest, although it still needs to be outweighed by the potential benefits. And what is the potential benefits? The potential benefits? Curing fucking disease, having disease models, taking out the controversies of initial controversies of stem cell, moving away from that, which had ethical problems. Literally, if this works, that wipes that shit out. Literally wipes the butt of that shit. Already you can see the potential cost. The potential benefit far exceeds the cost. But, maybe I'm not looking at everything. They'll look at it a bit more thoroughly, but, that's the general gist of it. What else is going to be a cost? Come on. Maybe there is, all right? So, we're not leaving it just to me, obviously. I'm not in charge of anything, but this is how I see it. It's probably, someone who knows a little bit, but also kind of a lay person, to be honest, but not completely, but... World Health Organization. So is that what you're saying, Sly? They banned the study into using skin cells? There is a line I guess I'm not looking at. So some people may believe, and, that's justified for them. Some people may believe, but that's, a lot of things are going against that in life. Some people may believe in not interfering with nature. So that's a standpoint we could look at as well. But honestly, any kind of research is interfering with nature. I'm not justifying it by saying that, but there is literally research going on. And committees like that approving research. But that is something to consider and look at as well. And but look at it as well. Have you ever had a loved one suffering from something? Have you ever suffered from something and want it to be better? wanted less pain for yourself, less pain for loved ones? Have you ever wanted that? Like, literally, honestly, don't interfere with nature. That's like that. Literally, that is medicine. Medicine is interfering with nature. Most of human society and progression, honestly. That's how people are living longer today. It's literally like technology too. For better and for worse, obviously, but I don't know. Humans are inquisitive and want to progress for the most part. I don't know. Anyway. George, you right? Anyway, sorry, I was kind of like on a rant. Let me read. You're obsessing over a journal? It's a scientific journal? No, I'm not obsessing over. I'm simply reading what is a textbook in the game, which I believe is representative from my experience of reading neural textbooks. It's like representative of factual information about the brain. So I'm literally just reading it and having a discussion over it because this stuff is interesting to me. But it's a textbook in the game though. Can you trust them to do the right thing? How would they make money if it's a one-time cure? Wait, who are we talking about? I thought you were talking about the ethics committee. Ethics committee also, might I add, I'm pretty sure they're not paid. So there's no worries in that department. They do it out of the kindness of their soul and on their own time. Like every person. Can you trust them to do the right thing? So I thought you meant that, but how could they make money? Or are they two questions regarding two different sets of people? Maybe it is. So I'm going to take, can you trust them to do the right thing as the ethics committee? Well, like, who are you going to trust? We can leave it to the willy-nilly days where nobody regulated shit. Have you heard of, like, Milgram's experiment and all the other fucking crazy fucking fucked up fucking psychological experiments that happened in the past that I won't go too far into, but just simply look it up and you can read about it and how people treated and the fucked up things that came from it? So we could literally do nothing and have it be like that. That shit doesn't go on anymore, and it's a good thing because of these ethics committees. They're not going to be perfect where literally everybody is human. But literally none of the, well, as far as I'm concerned, well, at least in Australia, it depends probably on the country, their regulation of it. But I'm pretty sure there hasn't been like those kind of experiments. But there is still shit that, you know, might go on and like controversies and slip through. And there's a number of things governing that. But it's definitely not as prevalent and less likely than it used to be because of these ethics committees. And also, they literally, like I said, have roles designated, that quotas of roles designated that need to be filled by certain kind of people. So it's not like it's like a ganged up party and like, you know, it's biased. They're trying to get people probably that don't even know each other, people from the community, experts. So, yeah. Like, they're literally just doing the best. And it does have an impact, I believe. So, but you might have been talking about something else. So then you said, how would they make money if it's a one-time cure? Oi, have you heard? Like, it literally goes on in America. People make money. The pharmaceutical companies make money all the time with cures. They raise the price. They make it, I don't know. They do all this shit. Like, literally, I can't, like, I learned on it a little bit, but I don't know the nuances and the ins and outs. But, like, literally, like, pharmaceutical companies are probably one of the richest fucking, like, raking it in fucking things ever. So, you know, pharmaceutical companies are literally, ironically, about cures. But the reason that they're probably rich and raking it in is probably contrary to helping people and cures. But there is a reason why they're raking it in. AKA they do make money. I don't know the nuances and shit, and that's a whole nother domain. I did touch on it a bit, but I don't know enough. But I just know that enough to know that there's something there that they do make a lot of money out of, and there's something not right about it either. Was that Georgie screaming? I don't remember. It was probably both of them. You mentioned something about giving a skin sample in exchange for a potential cure. Oh, I was talking about, like, because I don't know, Sly hasn't gotten back to me, but Sly was talking, I think I was talking about the potential research. It's literally going on anyway, or had gone on. This has been years since I've heard about this shit, like literally years. It's years later. But years ago, I learned that they were doing research. Actually, I was kind of like around to some degree in the vicinity of it, where they would take skin cells, a person's skin cells, put it in a petri dish, feed it cell medium to get it, a specific cell medium or mediums to get it to revert into more stem cell-like cells, and then redifferentiate it out to, say, I don't know, neural cells and stuff. So I was talking about that, and then Sly said, I think Sly was referring to that, saying they were doing that somewhere, and the World Health Organization banned it. Wait, if it's the World Health Organization banning it, does that mean they're banning it around the world? I'm pretty sure. Nah, well, no, not one body has that much reach, though. But maybe they, like, successfully banned it in certain countries. I don't know. But I don't know. Sly hasn't confirmed that one for me. But anyway, so what were you saying? You mentioned something about giving a skin sample in exchange for a potential cure. So that's what I was talking about. Anyway, so progressing on from that, about Sly saying that research is banned, I was like, well, why the fuck was it banned? Because ethics committees govern research. So I guess an ethics committee looked at it for the World Health Organization and fucking banned it. If it's based on what Sly was saying, but Sly hasn't reaffirmed that. And, like, why would they have done that, in my opinion? Because, like, I have some basic idea of how ethics committees operate, and it's on not purely just on this, but a big part that plays, has something to do with it, is a cost versus benefit ratio. They look at cost versus benefit. The cost of the project on who, what, where, what, how, okay, well, not that many, and the potential benefits for who, what, you know, where, when, how, whatever. Yeah, so that's what I was talking about. Wait, I need to get back on track. Fuck, I'm trying to make the link and I should just be a bit more concise. Something about giving a skin sample in exchange for a potential cure. Oh, yeah. So I was like, I was looking at the cost versus benefit. So, like, a cost would be giving a skin sample, you know, obviously with consent from that person. So they've said, yes, take my skin sample, scratch my skin. That's the cost. Or one of the costs. Maybe there's others I'm not seeing, but for the most part, that's the big, like, predominant cost, and it's not that much because the person will survive. It's a slight scratchy owie wowies. Their skin regenerates, their skin sheds. They've given consent. What more could you want? It's very little cost. And let's look at the potential, benefits. It far outweighs that. Potential benefits is cures. Further along down the line, of course, but potential cures for any fucking disease in the fucking world. Because these skin cells, what they're researching is these skin cells, regressing them into stem-like cells and redifferentiating them out to any fucking cell you want. Cardiac disease, cardiac cell. Let's get a working model for a cardiac cell that could lead to potential cure for heart disease. I don't know, fucking cancer, fucking neurological disorders. Holy shit. this is actually probably one of the most hugest potential benefits of any fucking kind of research in my eyes. And it's a literal scratch of the skin. Like, so why would that be banned? But anyway, I might be waffling on. Maybe, like, Sly was talking about something else. So anyway, so you mentioned something about giving a skin sample in exchange for a potential cure. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. The World Health Organization isn't governing body. It does have some power, though. During the pandemic, they told governments that COVID wasn't worked on in a lab. Yeah, like, there's nothing that's gonna be able to govern the entire world. Like, literally, like, you've seen, like, human history and shit and warring and fucking shit, or learnt about it or whatever. And it literally goes on nowadays. Like, people can unite, but they can also fucking, you know, these are, you know, they do go into their factions to some degree, like, whether it be a country or your family or whatever. And even in amongst that they fight. So we unite and I guess we fight. So there's not going to be one body. Like, there are bodies that try and influence and help on a world scale, but literally it's not a thing, and I don't think it ever will be, and for better or for worse. Like, for worse or for better. I meant to like re-accentuate, reorganize that. There's not going to be one body that can like dictate everyone in the world on a particular thing. But they can have some respect, some say, some source of knowledge, some influence. They also changed the definition of a gain a function prior to addressing the UN or something. What's a gain a function? They also changed the definition of gain a function prior to addressing the UN or something. What the fuck is that? If Sly was talking about the research that I was talking about, maybe I shouldn't speculate because I just don't know. Sly hasn't gone back to me, but as I proceed to speculate, maybe they just disapproved of it. Like, not disapproved, disapproved. Or maybe they had influence. So they influence one country, the leaders of one country, and then as a result it got banned. So maybe they didn't directly ban it themselves. Or maybe they didn't ban, maybe they disapproved. God knows why though, anyway. But anyway, Sly could have been talking about something else, I don't know. So have this whole conversation, but it's still interesting. And it was something else. So I guess I shouldn't speculate any further. What's a gain a fucking function? Anyway, the stuff was like a while ago. Super fascinating for me. I'd like to read up more about it. This was years ago. Wonder where it's at now. Yeah. Because it's not even just that, although that's huge enough. I don't know. There's so many pros from it, to be honest. Curing any fucking disease. Literally, like, the cure could involve, like, it cocould be, what is it? Personalized medicine. Maybe that was the word. Individualized, personalized medicine. So if there is a cure and it involves the requirements of the cells, so the cells can literally become a model for the disease and help just like work out a cure, and the cells might be part of the cure. And if the cells are part of the cure, it's individualized, personalized medicine. Having a disease model for that person, individual person, but also using their own cells, and then that takes away the risk of, or severely reduces the risk of rejection, and more of a customized, personalized cure that is likely to have a better success rate. Like, it's kind of crazy. As if, like, the potential, like, as if having a disease model and a potential cure and a model to actually investigate any kind of fucking disease in the world. And also takes away all the ethic concerns, like I said, of how they originally were looking at embryonic cells and the ethics concerns there, and also how the disease, the models they have for disease right now. Because literally, the models for most diseases is still now and has been in the past are rat models. Because when people are researching, they can't particularly when they don't know what they're doing in the beginning and even later on, they can't go so easily to testing in humans. And that makes sense. So, like, let me tell you, there are animal ethics committees. So, but it's just the way it is, and some people won't agree with it, and I totally get it. But before humans are animal models, and a rat model is one of them. And a rat is very different to a human. So models like this, where you take your own like scratch of a skin, literally that's a human model. Literally, it's the best model. If you're looking at people with diseases, it's literally a model for that individual fucking person. So it takes away the concerns of animal ethics. It literally gives you more of a representative model than an animal. Like they're trying to use animal models for humans, because obviously you can't like go straight to testing into humans. But at the end of the day, a rat is a rat, a human is human. So it's literally, if you have like the skin cells of a human and you can create a model for any kind of fucking disease, it's literally a human model. And then you don't have the ethics concerns. And literally, even testing in humans, like, it probably limits, you probably have to go fully fledged at some point, but it will be more verified with a cellular model based on humans before it reaches clinical trials in living, breathing, functioning like humans. Anyway, it's just insane. It's actually crazy. And this like plays a significant part in it has ripple effects across many different kind of disciplines and research. So like people studying fucking cancer, like whole fields and research projects to do with that. This could like literally fucking facilitate that. Neurological disease, Alzheimer's, stroke, fucking anything, you fucking take your pick. I don't know. Anyway, that's why I'm raving about it, but... And it's just, yeah, I don't know. The reach of it for doing, like, good, for knowledge and cures, and the cost, the like, I dare say non-existent cost. There's literally no cost in my, like, my eyes. Like, obviously, as long as you've got consent and, like, you're scratching somebody's skin, like, literally to me, that's not even costing. Like, look, I'll scratch my skin now. Yeah, scratching a bit. Just to prove a point. Like, I don't fucking care. You know? Except for the people that have those skin, like, you know, except for people that suffer from skin conditions. Like, I'm not talking about that. Great, now I'm itchy where I scratched. There's a cost there. Fuck. Anyway. Bro, I barely progressed in this game, and I probably got to be a good bean soon. Because it's supposed to be a shorter stream. Like, I'll be good. I've had fun, though. I've definitely, like, even I'm just fucking chatting. Like, I'm vibing. Hey, one sec. I need a drink and I'll read. Gain of function is some complex science stuff. Is it like cost versus benefit thing? Just another phrasing of that? It looks suspicious to change the meaning of something before going to a court. Wait, what? I feel like you've left out a bit there. Science is amazing in general. Yeah. But this just has like so much reach. Like, this isn't just, like, from a neuroscience POV. Like, I'm just looking at it from that perspective. But this kind of, like, it's literally, you know, not even unique to neuroscience. It's literally taking skin cells and, like, you know, regressing them and then differentiating them out to any kind of field or, like, cell. It's literally like pertinent to any kind of discipline, to be honest. Oh, well, within the biological field, my bad. So say like, I mean, who knows? But I don't know how this would be relevant necessarily, but maybe in some way, and I'm not looking at it to like fucking, I was going to say computers, but actually maybe it would, or it could be the disciplines where they do insect. But I don't know, say, I keep bringing back the mechanic department, but like, you know, mechanics of cars and shit. I don't know how this would affect that, like, you know. If that would, but you know what I mean. Or like apps, creating apps, but maybe actually it could intersect that too. I don't know. When used for the benefit of everyone. But that's the problem as well, and we spoke about it before. I mean, like, isn't that how the, like, hydrogen bomb originated or something? I don't know too much. But, like, I think it originated something for good intention, and somebody went and took it and did that. So, and we spoke about multiple things in the past, other things, like, that's, you know, it's like online multiplayer games. This is a bit of a stretch, but you'll probably get it. Yeah, online multiplayer games, there's a potential for meeting nice people and really nice and having good times, but then there's also the toxicity, right? That literally, multiplayer games is the platform for both good and not good. Like with research, it's the platform to like cure diseases and do all this great kind shit. But literally in the process of doing that, it's information, it's a technology, and people can take it and manipulate it and use it for bad. So what do? Not develop cures? Not help people? So that those other people don't take it and manipulate it for bad? It's just gonna happen. Unfortunately. Maybe that's part of the reason, but not necessarily a full reason, I guess. But part of the reason why, like, research is under wraps and it hits mainstream public, the public eyes way later on. That's probably not it, to be honest. Because even when it hits the public, someone could just take it and whatever. Do whatever the fuck they want with it. Found that definition in Wikipedia. I still don't know what gain of function means. Something to do with court? I don't know. Bruh. You were talking about the World Health Organization, so it has to be health related. I think. Ooh. Goofy, did I mention I discovered this? It's a free program on Steam called Naruto, and I'm looking at giving. Well, already done it, but haven't finessed it for stream. Looking at giving arm movement to my model, Lil Noosh. Hey, Jaywalk. Was that about viruses? Or, like, are you talking about, like, studies into that? Yeah, true. If you had some of the conversation going on prior. People manipulating that for poo-poo. It's happened in the past, no? You mean the atom bomb? Using quantum mechanics to create a weapon with the power to destroy an entire city. Hydrogen bomb was developed afterwards. I mean, probably both, honestly. I don't know. You got censored again? Let me look at the fucking browser. I don't think it's even coming out in the browser, so you're getting fully fledged censored. Yeah, I ain't seeing anything in the browser. Weird. What are you trying to say, Coof? Dodgy shit. What's sus and weird, Jaywalk? Or is it the censoring? I typed the definition in chat, pasted the definition. Maybe it thinks you're plagiarizing, mate, because you pasted it. Yeah. All right, here, let me fucking Google it then, all right? Let me Google it. Power of the world. All right, gain, what is it? It was like gain dash a function dash, right? Gain dash a gain dash a dash function. Wait, let's try and get through the fucking 2 pages of that neuroscience textbook in this game at the very least before we end stream today. GG's, another 10 hours for that. Oh, it says gain of function. Did you type gain a function or gain of? You said Well, I googled gain of function and it comes up with game of function. Gain of function. Get it right, Koof! Oh, you got censored. Yeah, Koof got censored last time too. It's weird though, because when things get censored, I don't see it in my OBS chat, but I see it in the browser. So I can go back to the browser and have a look at the message that was censored, but it's not even appearing there, so. Must have been really bad. Nah, Koof's me around like, you're right, Koof. You're kinda alright. Gonna get in trouble? Say kinda. Yeah, you know. I'm very specific, man. Semantics are my thing. Gain of function research is medical research that genetically... Bro, I thought this was to do with law or some shit because you said court. Gain of function research is medical research that genetically alters an organism in a way that may enhance the biological functions of gene products. This may include an altered pathogenesis, transmissibility, or host range, whatever those mean, i.e. the types of hosts that a microorganism can infect. Oh, is that why you were saying the virus thing, Jaywalk? This is a new term to me. I don't know anything about gain of function research. I guess it's gain of function of the biological entity or whatever we're looking at. This sounds, kind of bad, actually. So you were saying that the viruses, the types of hosts that a microorganism can infect. I mean, shit, like, actually, viruses can be good. Like, literally, in, like, testing and trying to work out cures and shit, viruses and how viruses operate play a big... I don't know too much, but I learned a little bit, and it plays a big part in, like, trying to cure. Like, sort out cures. But, yeah... I guess those fields is a bit of worry, a bit more trepidation, because it's, I mean, you can take any good thing and then turn it into poo-poo, but that is clearly, like, a field where it can be really bad. But I see the point of it in a way, because, like, the types of hosts that a microorganism can affect, that could facilitate shit to do with, like, working out cures and shit. Yeah. So that's where it can be really good, you know what I mean? And probably the premise of it as a discipline, like, there's no discipline, right, that is, you know, a discipline because it's bad. It's a discipline because it's good and to learn. It's just people take things and do bad things out of it. Also, if we're looking at the lighter side, but is it really lighter? If we're talking about gain of function research, genetically alters an organism in a way that may enhance the biological functions of gene products. What if that's to give someone, I don't know, but maybe, is this possibly a thing we were talking about before? Like give somebody like Hawkeye sight and shit like that. Then there's the issue of, like, society, you know, like the rich get richer, the poor get poorer and shit like that, and inequality. Because we do things often, like medicine and stuff, to people who are... let's just say the bar is at normal, where someone is, like, you know, naturally normal and living a happy, healthy life, right? And then there are people that suffer disease. So they're not at that, unfortunately, normal, happy, healthy life, inevitably level. They're suffering a disease. So they're suffering the disease that is pulling them from like living a naturally like normal, healthy, happy life. So there's like research into cures, into stuff to like maybe help their genetics or help stuff or whatever to help find a cure to bring them up to like, you know, the masses. I hate how I'm phrasing this, but you know what I mean. So that they can live a happy, healthy life the way somebody would naturally without the disease. Do you know what I mean? But then all this research can be leading to, oh, let's have like fucking Hawkeye vision and shit like that. So like literally vision is suffice and fine in society if you've got normal vision, right? Like the regular happy, healthy vision. Like why do you need fucking hawk vision? Like you can live like, you know, like a normal human being with good eyesight is given that eyesight. It's not a hawk. It doesn't need hawk vision. You know what I mean? But then, like, research like that can go into that, the enhancements and maybe, you know, fucking, you know, what is it? Fucking cyberpunk shit, you know? Like, there's something to that, the prosthetics and stuff, for people that lost a limb, you know, or like a disease or something. But like, just say, you know, like it was getting into that in cyberpunk where it's like they have a perfectly good right human arm and they just want to replace it with a robot because it's stronger and whatever. Do you know what I mean? So some people might find that good and great, but then at the same time, it's like touchy because it's like, well, that's unnecessary enhancement. And then also the byproducts that could occur of that, like inequality for people that can't afford it. You know, then, you know, people have better eyesight than some other people that could afford it, and then they're more likely to get a particular job. And that's not really fair, is it? Like, maybe they both can do the job arguably, like, sufficely, but the Hawkeye person is going to get it. Do you know what I mean? And that seems, like, kind of unfair. Right? And then all these other, like, risky or enhancements or something, like, you know, all these other repercussions of, like, doing all these extra things that don't need to be done in terms for the individual and other people around them and society. So, you know, it might seem like a lighter thing to look at, you know. I mean, I'm going on, like, I was going on the robot shit and that stuff like that, but if we're talking about gain of function and, like, enhancing, like, DNA, you know, to, I don't know, make something better. It could remedy a disease. It could do a lot of things. It could do bad things. It could do stuff, like I said, the enhancements that are kind of unnecessary, that don't seem quite bad on the surface, but maybe it has problems. I sense that in short. I think it's just a Koof thing, to be honest. Maybe there's something up with your setup, Koof. Maybe I want to fly like a hawk and see like them. Transfiguration. Yeah, but we've got to think. I mean, it might be cool, but like we got to think about possible repercussions. I don't know. I mean, there are literally ways of flying like a hawk without actually having to transform your like DNA and give you like fucking advantages over other people. Or whatever whichever POV we want to look at. There are ways of getting a similar result without doing the same thing. I mean, without doing that particular thing. I don't know how safe they are though. Because there's something called like I don't know. Is this legal? Is this legal anywhere? I think you can do it. You just gotta be careful where you do it. Like base jumping and shit. Have you heard of base jumping? People literally like flying around. If you want to fly around like that, you literally can try base jumping. Just suss it out first. And also looks pretty scary. It's like skydiving, but not. Like, similar but fucking different. How long you been standing there? Anyway. It's been a while, Jaywalk, eh? I don't know. Anyway, I ramble. I've liked these topics of rambling, though. It's very interesting to me. My brain is kind of operating more than it normally does on stream. They showing us raw stuff. Yeah, I think it's actually, some people are doing it in like city like areas and shit, and it's like illegal and shit, but like I'm pretty sure it's a thing, you can do it, but you just gotta take the precautions. You've got to do it away from people and shit like that. Yeah. I had a friend that wanted to do that. I don't know if they ended up doing it. They used to like skydive a lot. I thought maybe one day I might skydive, but maybe not. I don't particularly really want to. Like, in a way I do, but not that much, to be honest. It's just scary. Like, I don't want it enough, like, I think, to overcome that fear. But imagine if you could overcome that fear. That would be fucking sick. So maybe I should, but I don't know. It was more just like, because my friend enjoyed it. We're not friends anymore, so it doesn't matter. I did a skydive though in a tube. Does that count as skydiving? So I did that. That was even scary though. So you know the tube shit? And they emulate skydiving, and that's how they practice too. I was floating around and there was a person in there too. That was kind of mad. Damn. My friend had the video footage for that, and I didn't take it, so that sucks. So did it ever happen? We're not friends anymore, so I have no proof. That looks found. What does that mean? Like, it's not skydiving in its original sense, but they use it to train and practice and shit with skydive anyway. But you're obviously in like a wind tunnel or a tube, and you end up floating around and stuff. High pressure and or whatever. I can't remember. Whatever. And yeah, you end up kind of floating around, and you go higher and lower and shit. Actually, I don't think they don't necessarily need to have someone in there, but for the bibbies, I'm pretty sure there was someone in there kind of guiding and helping me because I'm bibby. Or maybe not. I can't remember. Or maybe they guide you initially and then they get out because it's kind of a not big space. Believe you? Yeah, that's probably the craziest thing that I've ever done. And that honestly is probably not that crazy. It's literally in a building in a tube, and like a crazier thing would to be actually to skydive. Oh, like I've ridden a motorbike. That's pretty crazy, actually. If anything, I think that's crazier than the tube thing. Because there's so much risk with that. I'm going on high speed on main roads and stuff. I can't believe I did that, actually. I didn't get my license in the end, though. I kept failing my fucking test. Bro, I passed my driver's test, flying colours, like first time. And I literally have failed at least 3, maybe 4 motorbike tests. And then I just kind of stopped, meaning to get back to it, but I didn't. And like one of my instructors said he doesn't take people. So he's the one... Wait, were all my tests done with him actually? Maybe they were. But he said to me, I don't take somebody to do their test unless I think that they're ready. And then I failed 4 times. I think he was running out of things to teach me, to be honest. I think I'm just nervous, and the bikes are just too fucking heavy for me, and I'm just nervous. Because, like, in my actual, like, lessons, I got to a point where, like, I was riding, like, okay. Well, like, not just okay, but, like, I was okay. But I did struggle with the weight of the bike. But he only really had that one. So maybe I just need a lighter bike or some shit. Because I'm only small. But also, like, the bike wasn't so much an issue once I'm upright. Maybe I still needed to be more... I think it was a confidence thing. Because the weight of the bike wasn't an issue once I'm upright, but then it might be a bit wobbly. It's like when you're like, a normal bicycle and you wobble for a bit. You know, if you know how to ride a bike and you're very confident, you won't wobble. But like in the beginning, you do. So I think because I wobble, then the weight gets out of hand, and then if it falls as well, or whatever, or if it gets too skew-sided because the bike was heavy, then it was a problem. And then in a test, I'm gonna be like even less confident and shit like that's gonna happen. So like, I guess I don't know, played a big part. I got a motorcycle you can ride. Wait, what? Like a miniature model? Yeah, that was a time ago. It's a shame that I didn't go all the way and get it. Maybe one day. The drive is less. I have less of a drive to get it now, but it's still something I probably would like to do, and particularly because I didn't get it, and I tried so hard, so. Just to achieve as an achievement thing. Also, like, it's a lot cheaper and easier kind of to manage a bike. But at the same time, it's very dangerous. Because you literally have to not only, like that's the bare minimum when you're using, like riding a bike or using a vehicle. Follow the laws, drive safely, literally that. But when you're on a bike, it's like you literally have to accommodate for the idiocy and play extra safe. And even then, it might not be enough because literally somebody else is in a car and you're exposed on a bike. So you literally have to accommodate for people potentially doing dumb shit. And there's a point where it's just like, literally people are like driving normally and there's idiots and they get into an accident. Like more likely than not, that's just going to happen at some point when you're on a bike, and it's going to be a lot worse. So. But yeah, good instructor, that's what my instructor was doing, was teaching me how to ride a bike. Like, not just like teaching me how to ride it and teaching me like lawfully how to ride a bike. He was teaching me how to ride a bike safely and to try and accommodate for people in cars doing dumb shit and being ignorant. So, like, you don't have to. Like, one example, although this is probably a tenant, like, you'd have to be, like, fucking... They literally, it's almost like should be law, but obviously I don't think it is. Like, when you ride a bike, you've got to ride directly behind the driver of the car so that you are not in their blind spot. So if you ride directly behind where the person is sitting in the car, that's the best possible place for them to see you, and you won't be in their blind spot. You can ride in their blind spot. It's not against the law. It's definitely fucking risky for you. And yeah, when the car's supposed to do anything, they're supposed to look in their blind spot and stuff. But people don't. So that's why they teach you, or should teach you, and it should be law for you to ride that way. But you don't have to. But that's a good example of like how you are supposed to ride. That's a good example of learning how to ride a motorbike. Something that you don't need to do, and it's not by law, but in a way you kind of need it, and it should be by law. But in a way you're overly accommodating for somebody in a car, whereas they're not overly accommodating for you. And they could simply accommodate for you by looking in their blind spot, but not everybody does it. And that is law, right? I'm pretty sure that's like they're supposed to do that by law, right? But not everyone does it. So that's a good example of what I was talking about. Anyway. And also as well, like when you're riding by streets, look, I still remembered this shit. I was a good bean. When you're riding past streets, you're supposed to look down the street before you approach it, as you approach it, every time you go past the street on the side. So he was saying, because there are people, coming down the streets in cars and they might pull out on you. So you need to see it coming before it happens. So that's why you need to look down every fucking street that you go past. If you're on that side lane. I remember him telling me that too. So that way, you can see, like, if a car's gunning it down and they're just going to keep going, you can try and react before they just pull out. Or, like, try and anticipate. Some streets are hard to look down, but you probably, if you're looking at and paying attention to that side road, you'll have more of a chance of seeing and reacting if a car's there and about to pull out. Sometimes cars, like, it is a kind of tight spot, but then often, like, cars will look one way and the other, and then they've looked both ways, but you're suddenly there on a bike, and then they just went. Because they'll look one way, then they'll look the opposite way, and then they'll just like, oh, it's free, let's go. But then all of a sudden you're there. They don't look again, Anyway. I'm barely getting used to the U-turns and lifting up the front wheel. Will you ride bike? Yeah, I did one of the ones where I failed. I think I told you this before. What were you doing? I don't think you have to do figure eights here. I think it was just O turns, like an O. Yeah, just doing an O. I think figure eights used to be like part of what they evaluated, but not anymore. But it was just like a simple O, and it was pissing down with rain though, and I have the heavy bike, and I was doing my O's. They said do so many, and then they're like, okay, stop. But then when they said stop, I wasn't facing them. So, like, because I'm lack of confidence, and it really didn't matter. But they were like, stop. Oh, I was like, oh, do I face you? Do I do another one to face you? Or do I just stop? Bike fell. So I didn't know. It's like, you're trying to make a decision, but you're moving forward and you're turning in an O, and, like, you should just complete the O. Make a decision. It really doesn't matter. But I was like, do I stop? Do I keep going? Do I stop? And then a plonk. And then the bike fell. And then, because it's super heavy, I had trouble lifting it up. And then they had to get off their bike and, like, help me lift it up. And it was on a road, but it was on a side road. But still, it was on a road. And then I couldn't pick up the bike. Even with the technique my instructor told me. So I'm supposed to face my back to the bike and squat down and, like, pick it up with the, grab onto it and then pick it up. Bending my knees up and stuff, and I literally could not. I'm that weak, I guess, isn't it? And then my instructor had to help me. And then, like, I was, like, riding back, and I'm like, I failed, didn't I? And he's like, yeah. But the thing is, he said, maybe he's just trying to, like, say nice shit to me. But he said, like, the thing that he was impressed is, like, on the way back, I was doing everything, like, maybe not perfect, but he was just saying I was following all the road rules and stuff like that. So I was doing my best, like, even knowing that on the way back and knowing that I had failed, I was still doing, like, abiding by road rules and trying to do the right thing. And he said, like, that was good of me, like, impressive or whatever, even though I failed. Oh, you got an e-bike. Not as powerful, but still fast and heavy enough to injure me if I fall off. But you can only, like, e-bike would fall into a bicycle, right, in terms of road rules and stuff, so you wouldn't be, like, riding, like, a motorbike directly behind the driver's seat, right, of a car. You'd be riding on the outermost edge, no? Scary. I'd be embarrassed and afraid. I don't know. You would think I would be embarrassed. I can't remember. I was more just disappointed and, yeah, scared that I would interrupt traffic and stuff. But no one came. It was like a quiet road, but there was a potential to. But, like, it was like a, I'm pretty sure like a, like, I don't know, depending on the countries, but, like, if you're in a more suburban area, it's low speeds by law. So they're not going to go 100 kilometers. So they would see it and stop. But then maybe they won't. but theoretically a normal person should. Yeah, it was pissing down with rain as well. Oh, actually, maybe that doesn't help with vision, but I was more just severely disappointed. And yeah, scared that, like, shit, we got to get this off now, off the roads, and I can't. Yeah, I know, right? But I don't know. Like, I guess the instructor was just trying to make do with what they've got. And I guess, to be honest, like, it's not somebody of, like, my physique that often, like, comes to them trying to learn. So that was the only one that he had. And technically, if you can keep a bike upright, it's fine. Like, no matter what it weighs, I guess, right? But knowing me, and I've done it before, I think, where I did drop it or something, I think, while learning with him, knowing that that's a potentiality when I'm not confident and not being able to pick it up, then that's an issue. But, like, I mean, and that's why we were practicing in a car lot and shit initially. And I don't think it really happened, to be honest, that much when I was learning with him, except for the beginning in the car lot. So he probably thought it was fine. But obviously it's a nerve thing and I fucked up and kind of thing. So he thought, oh, we're not doing this. It's fine. She's ready. But yeah. If I was to get a bike, I was sussing it out. Like, there's some lighter bikes, or like, I wanted to get like a Kawasaki Ninja. It's probably cliche, but it's like, you know, Dark Angel. You know, Max has got fucking, you know, black like my mood. Give me my bike. When they impounded a Kawasaki Ninja, they were like, oh, what color is it? Black like my mood. I know she had one, so I want one. Preferably purple, but I think you'd have to get that custom done. So if not purple, I guess black. Like my mood. But they have some light ones. So I think it's quite a light bike in general. I guess that's why it's maybe called a Ninja. Yeah. In California, my e-bike falls in type 3. Oh, yeah, they got different systems, I guess, which requires me to wear a helmet and denies me access to specific bicycle routes. Oh, sure, okay. Yeah, I see it nowadays as well. Like, I've noticed, like, there's more, like, rent-a-bike or rent-a-scooter. Actually, no, helmets are required for everything by law, technically. Well, at least in Australia. So probably everywhere else. You know her exact bike in the series? That's great. I mean, I don't know the exact, because there's different, like, models and shit and all sorts of ninjas. Like, I probably can't even get that version anymore. But I do know that it was a Kawasaki Ninja. I don't want. Oh, sorry, I took a while to slide. Sorry, to get back to reading. I was rambling. Oh wait, I already read that, didn't I? No, smaller engine, a starter bike, you could say. Oh, damn. Yeah, because you don't really need, particularly in the beginning, like, probably in metro areas and suburbia, like, you don't really need a lot of power, to be honest. I would like one with that, but you don't need that. So, yeah. Yeah, I think the bike that I rode was, like, it's just, like, heavy form as well. Because you know how there's a different, like, I think Kawasaki Ninja comes under a street bike. And they tend to be a bit lighter, I think. But I think the one that I was actually riding in, I'm surprised he didn't have a better one, to be honest. But I think it was considered a tourer. And they're kind of, like, heavy. What is it? Tourer motorbike. Maybe? I think it was a touring motorbike? I don't know. Oh, yeah. See, there's something to do. This is something about sports tourer motorcycles. Tourer motorbike. They tend to be, like, more bottom heavy set and got, like, compartments for, like, storing shit. doesn't even look like any of the ones that I'm looking at right now. The ones I'm looking at almost look like they're apparently tourists, but they look like a cross between a street bike. This one, like, makes me think of, like, it wasn't a Harley Davidson, but, like, like, kind of like that shit. I think I had to hold my hands up for the fucking acceleration and shit. Whereas, you know, street bike, you're on it, like, it's kind of just there. It's more, like, level or downwards. Whereas I was, like, I had to, like, reach up for them. Makes me think of Harley Davidson. It probably wasn't that much of a reach. I'm just exaggerating, maybe, but, like, I felt like it. I've got the perfect bike for you. I don't know. Don't carry because wear a helmet. Oh, all the other ones. We'll see. I don't. Anyway, do we be good beans soon? I barely played any of the game. Although we had a chat a lot about the same kind of discipline as the game. Anyway, I need a loo break. I'll get some water. What I will do is I'll probably finish this book at least. Oh wait, I was tabbed out too, so there's no idle sound. My bad. Actually, yeah, there is sound because there's like music from that, right? Okay, let's maybe try and look at everything in this room, which I think we have. At the very least, get through this page. I wonder if you can open this book and then it's like another 10 pages. Which I'm down for. But then maybe I'll have to be good bean. We do that next time. Bro, I probably literally, in terms of like game progression, I probably got through a minute of the game. In like 5 hours. Alright, okay. I probably chatted for like at least an hour and a half. Maybe 2 hours. But in like at least 3 hours, I got through a minute of game progression. From the game, who knew? Yeah, who knew? When we're talking about the brain, we have this up. I'm waiting for it to teleport me. Wait, can we like teleport a bit, see what it is, and then cancel it? Fuck no, I don't want to go! It's also scary. This is probably how, like, this is his POV. This is shit he's like fucking dealing with. It's scary. Is this where the magic happens? Wait, when you transport? I mean, maybe. Wait, you talking about physically how it's doing that shit? Or maybe where the magic happens in Strim, where I like cotton onto something like this and ramble for 5 hours. Yeah, that might be something to do with I don't know, parallel universes or some shit, parallel realities. This game like touches on that apparently. Like I will probably delve into it a bit more later on if I actually progress. But yeah. Like the stuff to do with his neurological disease, the degradation of memories, and like his wife, like wanting to get his wife and child back and manage disease, according to the story, or is alluded towards like remedying that and solving that and reuniting with his family. Like his seems as though in the game his only chance is something to do with like deja vu, opening up parallel realities and some shit. Pretty interesting. So yeah, the teleport maybe I guess is where the magic happens and maybe he can fix things. So wait, it is? Oh yeah, I have to, come on, I have to delete that shit. If in doubt, take it out. Alright guys. The only shit that's going on is me when I fucking play Overwatch. And sometimes... oh, you're talking about because of the object there. When I play Overwatch and I fucking go off my chops swearing. And I may go off my chops and swear anyway. Like, fuck this, fuck that. But also, I can do it. And honestly, I probably... it seems kind of hypocritical, but I probably wouldn't allow you guys to do that in chat, to be honest. But that's as crazy as it gets here. Anyway. Alright, I'll be right back. I need to go... I was like, I need to go to sleep. I mean, I do. That's what this is for. But get a snacky, get a drink, get a cup of coffee. Yeah. Now, I think I got to set the tone with you guys as well, even if it's like in jest, because like I don't want things to escalate and go a certain way, so I nip things in the bud now so that you guys know. So y'all don't get into trouble in the future. And, I don't have to moderate anything more beyond that. Taking it out in chat. So, yeah. Anyway, get a drink, get a cuppa, get a coffee, get a snacky. Go loo yourself. I'll be right back. We'll, what's the time? It's supposed to be a smaller stream today. Ooh, I'm at that kind of bit where I should end stream. I'm going beyond now. Alright. We'll play for a little bit more. Because I don't know, I'm interested to like this game. But I gotta not overkill it. I gotta teach myself and prove to myself I can regulate, discipline myself, and do shorter streams. So, if I'm in a situation where I might be like pushed for time, I'll still stream because I can regulate myself as opposed to not streaming at all. I like streaming. So, yeah. So we'll come back, we'll see how time goes, but we'll try and finish looking at everything in the room. And at the very least, read this, the rest of this neurology book, which is interesting. Honestly, I might be, like, chatting about more things and yabbering, so maybe the book is, like, I should set the good bean at the end of reading the book. The bar at the book. Anyway, enjoy. I think you can hear the idle music. I'll be right back. Yeah, look outside. Isn't it beautiful? Apparently that's the moon at 7:30 p.m, but it's looking kind of like a sun. Anyway, bEbE. 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 You can tell I'm back because when I step on the bed, the mouse dips and then the POV dips. Oi, the cats have been pretty good today. There was just that one instance and I was able to just ignore it. It's fucking shit on the bed, bro. Yeah, I was like, I'll probably prioritize. Hey, Beesh, you finish work? Want a break? I'll probably prioritize. I really like this game once I finish, like to create like a little series like the We Have a Shadows one I'm working on. So I'll probably do that for this. But the funny thing is, like, for this whole stream, for example, like, what would I edit out? Like, if I'm trying to focus on, like, a gameplay and shit like that, there's basically negligible gameplay today. So, like, do I just cut out this entire stream for that series, or... But I think maybe I draw the line at, like, you know, what was brain-related or neuroscience talk. So there was a lot of neuroscience-related talk, so we just keep that in. But cut everything else out. So, did you hear Beast as well? Also, I want to say, so, you know... wait, what did I want to say? When I go to the loo, I think about a lot of things. Who knows, maybe next time, okay, maybe not next time, but maybe, but at some point soon, little Moosh is going to have arm movement, so that's exciting. Now that I got the second camera, what I might do, it might make it easier, if it works, I think it should work, I'll still go down the route of like this new software that does everything, called 𝖘𝖕𝖕. It's free on Steam, so it can do full body tracking. So I'm going to try, because each program that you use requires a camera. A camera cannot be used for multiple programs for like a microphone. I didn't actually know that. So if I wanted to use VC Face ported with 𝖘𝖕𝖕, I need 2 cameras. So I didn't have one at the time, but then it works out that I have one now. So my original intent and what I'm in the process of doing is fully converting to 𝖘𝖕𝖕, even though I really love VC Face, but I acknowledge that it does have its limitations. But I've worked out some kind of stability with VC Face, so it's just not jittery and shit. That was over like years. Oh yeah. Sorry, Marley, but you're being a naughty bean. Chill out. So I wanted to use VC Face for the expressions and the head movement, and then arm tracking, body tracking with 𝖘𝖕𝖕, but I need 2 cameras, which at the time I didn't have. So I was like, okay, let's fully convert to 𝖘𝖕𝖕 and see what happens. So I'm in the process of finishing that, getting the expressions calibrated and stuff, which is actually quite difficult, but I'm learning a lot. It's kind of cool. And then I'll see how the end result is. And things are a bit jittery in 𝖘𝖕𝖕. I don't know if it's because they're body tracking and shit, or if I think VC Face was even with the expressions in the head, and I think there are like, I can calibrate it so it settles the fuck down. So I might, it's probably like sensitivities and shit, lower 'em, but still have movement, find that sweet spot. So I'll see if I can do that. And probably try it out anyway on stream. But if I can get it to the way that I'm liking, maybe I can go this hybrid route, which is arguably what I wanted to do initially. So now that I got the second camera. So I'll have VC Face, expression, head tracking as it is now. She just has the use of her arms and body. But the body and arms might be a bit more jittery. But I don't know if I can't work it out. I probably can work it out. I don't know. But like, I think in the long run, something like 𝖘𝖕𝖕 is better to convert to if I can get it to emulate the poise of VC Face, because 𝖘𝖕𝖕 is, I'm pretty sure, open up to more expressions. Like, I'm probably limited in VC Face to like 7 expressions, whereas 𝖘𝖕𝖕, I could, you know, I could tap into other people's efforts and stuff with expressions, the multitude of expressions, or I could create my own. The thing with VC Face is, if I get an iPhone, I could convert to the ARC kit, the 52 blend shape expressions that come iPhone Apple enables, which would override the VC expression. But that's accessing, I can use that with VC face, port that in, but that's not the ability to create my own if I wanted to. But arguably, do you need to with 52? Be funny? Yeah, and it's extra funny because it's jittery. I don't like that it's jittery though, so maybe I can calm that down, because I had that with my expressions with VC face and I managed to work it out, smooth it down, play with the stuff, the settings and shit, and get it to calm the fuck down. But, so, you rigging your legs? No, but I could do it. But I don't, like, when I say I could do it with, if I invested in more equipment. But I can do it. Well, anyone can do it. But I can do it in a sense that, I mean, at least Warudo is free. But Warudo is like, facilitates full body tracking. So you can do your feet with that one. But it's like, I'd take it with that one. Actually, I think I need a more elaborate equipment set up for that one. So the hardware route, so Warudo will facilitate that in the software, but in terms of like sensors or cameras or shit, I don't know. I never really looked into it. Maybe, but then I'd have to rearrange my room, and just like my living space doesn't accommodate for it right now. But I mean, maybe it could track your feet with the webcam. I don't know. Like, it's not going to be finessed. Like this arm movement, if I had better equipment rather than using my webcam, it could be way more finessed. And, you know, the jitteriness and stuff could be controlled a bit more that way. Ollie. They're so whingy today, I swear to fucking God. Yeah, but I'm just trying to work with webcam. Can kick, yeah, that would be funny. Because, yeah, I'm thinking about it as well, because Karakuchi said there was this VTuber that they stumbled on just prior to me, like a really established VTuber, and like they have full body tracking, and they're very jittery, but they're funny, and then they move around, and they do a lot. They're very kind of quite active. I think I would do the full body thing, like, for special occasions. Because then also you'd have to fucking stand up. Fuck that shit. I mean, actually, you probably should game like that, to be fair. But then, like, you know, I would stand up healthily and game with my stand-up table, which currently I don't even have a fucking table, but one day again. So that would be good, but then the table will probably cover your legs and shit. So, I mean, how does that fucking work? She probably doesn't game, right? She likes to chat a lot, but she probably doesn't game. Like, how would you game? I mean, technology though, but it's ding ding ding. So you can port leap motion into VC face for arm and hand tracking. And I was like, okay, what's leap motion? Another fucking software? I can do that. Another free software? I looked at it. It's old tech now, but it's like a fucking camera and fucking shit that you have to buy, like, I don't know, $400 fucking dollars. It's old tech now. I think Ultra Leap or some shit's the new tech now or something. I presume that's probably like at least $500. Like, bro. Anyway, so with that, making the link. With that leap motion technology, it's about, it wasn't even just for VTubing, but they just like jumped on that. But it was about interacting with your PC or something with your hands. I take it to replace like fucking, I don't even know how this works, but it's old technology now. It was like years ago, at least 4 or 5 years ago. But it's about interacting with your PC with your hands. I guess to replace mouse and keyboard. I fucking don't know. It's bordering on the level of like, you know, in the movies with holograms and shit, and you swipe things away with your hand, you press it and like shit like that. I know, something like that. Sounds kind of futuristic as well. Apparently it's old tech though. And you can understand it's something to do with tracking your hands and shit, so then it helps with the VTuber and body tracking shit. Finger. Cut out everything, just redo the important stuff next stream. The less editing you have to do, the better. Nah, but the conversation's quite good, Keith. I think I've had a ball with the conversation. It's very interesting. And it's still related. It's neuroscience related. So anybody that's finding the neuroscience like aspect of this game pretty interesting, they could go crazy with the shit that we talked about. Like, ooh, that's interesting. Ooh, I'll look at that. Ooh. Be mindful of the extra camera and software you implement. That's exponential growth in potential vulnerability. Yeah, I know, but YOLO. Like, I don't know, like, it's not the best judge and shit like that, but I just see how many people have used it and talk about it and stuff like that. It's true, but, like, I could not do any of these cool things for stream. Or I could fork out lots of money for people to do it, which I don't have, so it won't be anytime soon. You know what I mean? I'm doing it with, like, me learning and access to free software. So, you know, if you have access to free software and you try and do it yourself that way, that's going to be vulnerabilities because it's free software. I mean, there could be vulnerabilities with paid software, but arguably probably not as much. I mean, there are games on Steam that's problematic, but it usually gets, like, reported and shit like that. Or I could get people to do rigging and do all the shit for me. But at the same time, it's fascinating to learn. And I'm doing it on a budget, you know, of free. So, yeah. I don't know. Although some of this cool stuff might never come into fruition. And also, like, the perks is I'm learning stuff, which I arguably wouldn't if I outsourced it. I don't know. That's such is life, right? You gotta weigh up those apples and oranges. I don't know. What am I talking about? You should exercise. What are you trying to say, mate? What's the first #1 rule about people saying you should exercise? But he's in the hot seat now. I hate kwittens. Wait, what? What's the #1 rule?
Poison blinks slowly, meow. Welcome
It's,
to the 𝕘𝖚𝖕𝖕𝖕𝖕𝖕𝖕𝖕. Make yourself at home.
I'll leave that to you guys. Wait, what's Birmingham? Wait, auto mods held that, wasn't me. Hey, Talk. What about Pickle? Have you finished work? Great, because I am ending stream soon. Enjoy. Is that an emote or is that you actually just saying Pickle? Oh, it's an emote. That's cute. I added that. I mean, I guess I added all those. Oh, wait. Does this look like Birmingham? I wouldn't know. Can we just look at that lone tree? Wait, which one? Wait, my buttons are fucked, are they? Oh, no. I was just getting clipped on the bed, I guess. I was like, why am I going sideways and I can't go back? It's because of the bed. Which lone tree? The tree, what, that one? But it's technically got that tree next to it. It seems lone, but it's not lone. Yeah. Palia! Next year. Next year's stream. Oh, you missed out. Oh, no, actually you were there, weren't you, for a bit of it? No, I'm just kidding, but, you know, at some point, Palia, I've been enjoying this game. Unfortunately, I've only progressed through 1 minute today out of the 5 hours that I've been streaming, so, you know. This game's kind of good, though, in a sense that I do want to, and I actually am picking it up again. And not in 10 months' time. Yeah. How am I doing? I'm doing okay. Only supposed to be a small stream today, so probably, oh fuck, having said that, it's almost 6 hours, bro. Oh my god, what's the time? Shit. I keep talking! I mean, I guess that's alright. Oh, I keep talking. Shut up and play the game. And don't say one word. But yeah, I'm doing okay. I just have an appointment tomorrow. I gotta get up. I won't be too tired for. I want to prove to myself, but I'm actually not doing a great job right now. That I can do shorter strims. So then, like in the future, if I got stuff going on, or if like I might like not stream, because like yeah, I can allocate 10 hours for a stream here. I guess I won't stream. Like then I might be able to stream because I can easily do like 4 hours or some shit. So. Play the game. Well, I need a drink first. There's always something getting in the way. Fucking self-care and hydration. Alright, let's get the drink. And rambling. So what was I saying? I don't even... Speaking of talking too much, that's Marley, by the way. Fuck, auto mods on a rampage here. Marley, why are you crying? You want... Oh, no. Marley wants food now. Okay, he makes me feel like there's something wrong, and then he just wants food, and he has biscuits. So he's just being a fusspot. I will get him food when, like, you know, like half an hour or something when stream's ended. You can survive, mate. It's alright. I feed you like 20 times a day. You hear him? Yeah, Marley. Okay, that's a stretch, but there's some days where I feed him 4 fucking times of wet food. He needs to gain weight, though, by the way, so... kind of a good thing, but still, come on. And he's got biscuits. Like, they're just out all the time. He was whinging this morning because he wanted the wet food. He was like, row, 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 row. And I'm like, Molly, shush. Row. And then eventually I hear this. And he's eating his fucking biscuits. You can tell it's like, is it a dog? No, it's a cat. That's a mole. Yeah, so I was like, yeah, that's fucking right, mate. You're just being a whinger pinger. Like, he wants the wet food, but he has food there. And then he finally settles for the biscuits. Like, they're edible. You can eat them, and then he ends up eating them. And then he cries a bit, and then he pipes down for a little bit. But I swear to God, they fucking tag team. So it's like, when Marley is done, you can bet your fucking chickens that Georgie's gonna start. And then when Georgie is done, you can bet your fucking chickens Marley's gonna start. And like, I spend like ages like, shush, I'm trying to sleep, shush, 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 with one cat for like ages. And then it's like you bet your chickens I'm gonna have to go through this with the other one. And then you bet your fucking chickens. Bet your chickens, guys. A couple of hours later, it's rinse and repeat. After I feed them. I'll get them to pipe down. Usually I have to feed them. Cats are the masters. You have 2 cats. Yeah, at the moment I have 2 cats. Well, now I do, I mean. Devilish behaviour you have to go through when sleeping. Cat 1, race. Cat 2, okay. They're just like, nah, they're more like, or sometimes, but they tend to fight more than anything. No, nothing serious. But it's like Marley would be whinging, oh, okay, I'm going to pipe down. Georgie, get going. You're in. They like, slap pause. Your turn. I've done my half an hour of whinging. Go. I'm going to take a break. You go till she gets up and feeds us. The wet food. Bickies are not enough, mate. Forget about those bickies under the bed, George. Forget about them. They were fresh and put out last night. They're edible. They're alright. But forget about them. Less whinge for the Holy Grail. Who wants a lazy cat who isn't racing? It's a good sign because Marley was really unwell as well not long ago. So the fact that he's whinging, doing roly-polies and shit, like, well, not roly-polies, like wriggles, means he's more active and like a hell of a lot better place than he used to be, where he couldn't do that or wouldn't do that. So it's actually a good thing. Yeah, it's a sign of good health, unfortunately. Like, I shouldn't say it, but fortunately. So I just gotta remember that when it's driving me up the walls. It's actually better. Yeah, one day we'll play Polio. One day, Tux. When the stars and time zones align. Sad. I wonder if your cats are ever like, so what's all this then? Wait, what do you mean? Like, with regards to what? Excuse me. I didn't even have that drink yet. Oh, excuse me. I think I should just drink my water. Forgot the what? Yes, Marley, I'm drinking some water. It's got nothing to do with wet food for you. Absolutely nothing, Sen. I'm sorry. Alright, okay. Like, comfortable and you add on? Oh! I thought you meant, like, comfortable on. It's like comfortable, but you add on at the end. Comfortable on? Is this a trick? Oh, uncomfortable. Like, if there was ever a time when they first see your setup. Are you talking about the PC? Oh, you mean the setup, like is in my room when we first came to this place? I don't know why I'm not following with this one. I mean, either way, yeah. Like my keyboard. What's all this then? A little, like, the little wrist puff for ergonomics. That's my little pillow. That's my little scratching post. What's all this then? This tented keyboard? It's my fucking lean board. You know what? It doesn't exist. I just trample all over it. What's all this? What's all not this? I don't see it. Get off the keyboard. What are you talking about? What keyboard? Yeah. This is like make do making your bed. Like, you've made your bed, but obviously it's not like made finessed and properly. Wait, what's underneath there as well? Or is that just like the ripples in the doona? Hardened fucking shit under there. There's a whole mess under there. Pile of dirty clothes and shit. Who dilly dally? Wait, what? Alright. This is the book I was reading. Oh, we've got to focus to stop things disappearing. Where was I? I was at the part of... Bro, it took me like several hours to read the first topic. I'm at the second one, actually. The hippocampus as the locus of memory formation and storage. We're learning, guys. What? Oh, you're taking my words literally. I'm like, where does fucking heart and shit come from? But I probably said shit, didn't I? Yeah. Wait, have you guys seen fucking, I mean, maybe we shouldn't go there, but it's a good movie. It's an old movie. Have you guys seen Girl Interrupted? Because if you've seen it, maybe then you'd know why I'm mentioning this right now, considering the context. Marley, get away from my fucking box of shit. Bro, I do say shit a lot, don't I? Well, MeewGeo said synapses is literally... Yeah. I wonder if I pronounce things. There's certain things, like ways I pronounce things, and I don't necessarily it's according to the masses or if it's right, but I like saying them that way, but I know that there's another way of pronunciation. It's like synapse was one of them, right? Synapse? Synapse? I think some people do say synapse. I say synapse. But if I was to say the plural, synapses... Wait, do I do say synapse? I just said synapses. Synapses? No, I think I said synapses, but maybe synapses. Yeah, what's another word? Pretty sure there was another one, but I can't remember. Speaking of memory, you used all the bad words in the same sentence and back to back. Wait, what? bad words like shit. Shit, fuck, shit. It isn't Latin. No worries. Wait, what? Synapses? Alright, the hippocampus. We're learning neuroscience, guys. Wait, what are all these naughty words? Wait, automod might be on point, actually. Might be on automod side here. Alright, we're learning. The hippocampus is an old cortical area involved in an old cortical area. What the fuck does that even mean? Okay, I should just read on and explain. But honestly, like, it's part of the brain, and it's not like... I mean, does the hippocampus form first? Like, I don't know. It's not like the hippocampus existed before the rest of the brain. They exist all in unison, like, together. Or maybe it's the first bit that's formed. Like, I don't know. Okay, maybe I should keep reading. I do this sometimes where I talk about shit, and I think about shit, and then sometimes if I just keep reading, it's resolved. Yeah. The hippocampus is in your brain. It's the hippocampus is the hippos on campus. This university, like all good universities, needs to have hippos on campus. Molly, why are you whinging like a baby? I will feed you in half an hour. Yeah, you need a good couple of hippos on campus. No, I'm just kidding. Obviously. So this game is like this guy suffering a neurological affliction, and he did study neuroscience and stuff like that. And I'm actually fascinated in that stuff. So this is just a random textbook from a memory he had in university, but it actually has cool information. It's actually factual as far as I can tell, but being aware that they did forewarn at the beginning of this game, it's mixed with fiction. So. Why is there a hippo on campus? Because... I got nothing. Wait, can I think of a good joke? Why are the hippos on campus? Marley, come on! He's scratching at the door now. Why are the hippos on campus? Because they're very smart. Because that's where the smart hippos are going to be. Because they're using their brains. Get it? Why are the hippos on campus? Because they're using their brains. They're going to university. Also, hippocampus is a location in the brain. An area of the brain. But, that was actually fucking good. Fuck off. Don't give me that. I mean, that's the face because you're just trying to figure out my joke, but I've basically just explained it to you, so you don't need to figure it out, Tavo. I've already done that for you. Why is there hippo on campus? Because, wait, what was my joke again? Fuck, I forgot it. I should turn this into a clip, actually. This is highly original. I didn't Google that or anything. I made that shit up. But I can't remember. What was it, guys? You know you made it up when you can't remember it. Why is there hippo on campus? Because they're using their brain. I like that. But you could also say because that's where all the smart hippos will be. I think using the brain's better. Because hippocampus... I know, it's brain related. I don't know how we directly link it and make it that fucking smart and good, but it's still... Because they're using their brains. Hippies. I can make a joke, but I shouldn't. Is that your joke? Why are the hippos on campus? Because they're hippies. Wait! I don't know. That's kind of stupid and maybe kind of funny. Sorry, bees. I can see clearly now the rainbow's gone. Can see all obstacles. in your way. Alright, is that the lyrics? Alright, now we have to start again. Alright. The hippocampus as locus of memory formation and storage. The hippocampus is an old cortical area, but I didn't even get beyond that. Involved in multiple aspects of memory formation. It is embedded deeply in the temporal lobe as an integral part of the limbic system. What's the limbic system? It makes me think of... The limbic system makes me think of the immune system for some reason. I think there's like an L system in the immune system. What is it called? It starts with L. That is... not the limbic... Not the limbic... Lymphatic system! Yeah, it's to do with the immune system, but it's not the limbic system. Bro, this is getting fuzzy actually. Hello? Hippocampal processing is vital for both learning and memory consolidation to occur. It compares and bridges our past with our present experiences and enables us to predict and plan for the future. Do you reckon heuristics probably plays a part? You know, heuristics, like shortcuts, like but they're like shortcuts in memory? Maybe recall and shit? I don't know. But like heuristics is like we learn things and the stuff we take in, the sensory input we take in, the presence, we match it up. I don't know, with stuff of the past. So that's comparing what you're taking in now with bridging our past with the present. I know, I learned about heuristics a little bit. They're kind of like shortcuts. I don't know, I forget. Fuck it. Need a book on that. And enables us to predict... that this is a different component that, though. Enables us to predict and plan our future. Interesting. Past, present, and future. Wasn't that's similar to the stuff of that Orwell quote that we George Orwell that we read on the wall in our daughter's room or something? Do you remember what that was, Goofy? I can't remember, but it spoke about the past, present, and kind of the future. Hey, Lincoln circling back. Memories formed in the hippocampus are then transmitted to the prefrontal cortex, specifically neocortex. I don't particularly agree with what this dude or whoever was highlighting is highlighting, to be fair. I would not highlight that shit. Honestly, I wouldn't highlight the book at all, but... during which new permanent memories are consolidated. So memory formation, I guess, originates in the hippocampus and then goes to the prefrontal cortex, specifically the neocortex, where they're consolidated. During which new permanent memories are consolidated. Well, they're not permanent until they're consolidated, so they're just new memories. Get it right. Look at me. This is me critically reading. Alright. The neocortex also plays a vital role in retrieving long-term memories from our day-to-day lives. I mean, that makes sense, because if the neocortex is involved in consolidating memories into more permanent memories, it probably plays a part in retrieving them. Like long-term memories. I ate too much. What'd you eat? Bro, now I'm hungry. Oh, what I made recently, it's actually pretty good. Because, like, you know how you like the Macca's breakfast, even though arguably it's probably not that great? I do like to get the hash browns, though. But I like to get, like, a fucking bacon and egg, and with extra bacon. But the bacon's not even, like, it's not the worst bacon, but it's not the best bacon. And basically it's just egg, a fucking English muffin, and fucking, I guess, cheese. The cheese is probably pretty good, even though it's plastic cheese. Like tasty-wise. And what did I miss out? Bacon, egg, cheese, English muffin. You can make that shit on yourself, like on yourself, on your own, on a budget, and it'd be like more finessed and better quality ingredients and taste better, right? Like, why does it taste so good from Macca's? You know, half the time I think shit tastes good. Okay, not literally shit. Now I'm more aware of myself saying shit. Stuff tastes good because you don't have to make it, I think. Oh my god, this is the biggest whinger you'll ever see, not gonna lie. Out of all my cats, in the whole history of my cats, Marley is the loudest. And he didn't used to be as whingy. What's up? You just whinge for your food. Let me just check he's got bickies. I bet you, sometimes I'm wrong, but I bet you 99% he's got biscuits. One sec. Marley, if you got biscuits, you're going to have to speak to me. No, I'm not going to get wet food. Marley, there is 2 bowls of fresh bickies. Eat your bickies, you little fussboy. Look, under here. Now you've got Georgie worked up. Bicky, underneath. There. Now Georgie's worked up. Because I bring food into the room from my fucking door. My door is like what used to be the fucking pantry cupboard or wherever I got their shit from. So it's like, I'm just going out. I'm just going to the toilet, guys. Like, they're like, wet food? I'm like, I'm just going to get myself some breakfast. I'm just going outside to, you know, water the garden, scratch my ass or whatever. And they come back and they're like, wet food? Even if I like go to the door, wet food? After I fed them wet food? Actually, they never used to do that. Like, I'd feed them the wet food and they'd be done. I'd have a good, clear gateway of being able to go to the door and them not fucking hound me. But even now, lately, like, I feed them wet food and then they eat it. And then, like, I go to the door afterwards or, like, whatever and they're like, they look, wet food? Bro, I literally just fucking fed you. Aside from them stuffing their face in the bowl, maybe they look up occasionally. Wet food? I need to make bacon on myself. Bees, are you fucking kidding me? People can... wait, why am I even fucking reading that aloud? Oh, wait, maybe that isn't as bad. I just read it. If in doubt, take it out. I think I read that a bit too quickly, but still, if in doubt, take it out. I read that as in a different way. Wait, let me go back and read that because I deleted it. People can eat the bacon off the bacon. Actually, no. That can still be read either way, sussy. Come on, you're like influencing each other. Are you like watching both platforms and like listening to each other's conversations? And like, I mean, well, not listening, but reading. Because, you know, now that I've read Bee's comment, I feel like I need to delete your comment, Koofy. Even though that's probably relatively harmless because I guess I did say that, but it was like by accident. Anyway, what was I talking about? Not playing the game. Although this game's cool. Yeah, we were talking about So, I don't know. I made it with better ingredients and shit. But then when I made the bacon and egg thing and then I ate it, it wasn't as great. I think the cheese sucked though. So I got the plastic like cheese in hopes that it's kind of like the plastic cheese you get from Macca's. And you know how sometimes it's cheap shit, but it's like good. Like at Macca's and all that shit. And then you get one of your own and you're like, oh, the flavors on that's off. Honestly, I probably should have got better quality cheese, like proper cheese. But I was like, I want the plastic cheese from Macca's, that orange plastic cheese. So I got some orange plastic cheese. It was smoky. I don't know. I don't really like it, actually. It tastes kind of poop. So maybe it was that. But also, luckily, I didn't put it on all of them and they didn't get melted on all of them. I tried it on one. I don't like cheese. But anyway, I think it's... Like, I had another one. I think it's because I made it and then ate it. And I had to labor over it and then it's not as good. Is that just me or is that a thing? If you don't have to make it, tastes better. If you had to flavor it, doesn't taste good as good as at the end. I don't know why, even though flavors should be the same. But anyway, so I had a bit of extra and I wrapped it up, put it in the fridge, and you know what? Shoved it in the oven. So I'm talking about bacon and egg McMuffin or whatever. I made my own. I put it in the oven the next day. I had to heat it up. I guess this counts as not making it because I just put it in and left it, and then I didn't really have to do much. Because actually, surprising, it's a lot of work. I had to fry the bacon. I had to fry the egg. I had to put the muffins because they were fucking frozen in the fucking oven. I had to split them open, defrost both sides, crisp both sides. I had to put butter on them. That's fucking effort, bro. But anyway, all that shit was done. It was wrapped up. Yeah, it's a day old. Put it in the oven. Ate it. Tasted good. You can trick yourself into you didn't have to make it if you made it the day before. But why did it taste so good then? Maybe it's one of those things like curry and shit. It just tastes better, later. Anyway. Why you gotta blame me? I'll blame all of yous. I don't care what I said, what I say, in jest, in accent or not. I blame you. I didn't even read your answer before. You had a Chinese buffet? Damn. They always make extra food, so there's a lot to eat. What'd you eat? Let me guess, you had some honey chicken? Did you have some honey chicken? Did you have the fried rice with the Chinese pork in it? The red bit? The red stained pork or whatever? I don't know, they do something to it. Is that char siu or something? They marinate it in that and then it goes red? I don't fucking know. Anyway. Yeah, char siu is that stuff that makes the fucking food red, right? Stain it? I think that's delicious, no? Char siu marinade? You blame all of me's. What the fuck does that mean? Oh, because I'm saying I blame all of y'all. And it's just plural koofies? I also blame bees too. I also equally blame bees too, if not maybe a little bit more bees. That common. Anyway. We were reading book and short stream apparently. But I'm gonna be tired tomorrow. Alright, when we finish this book or finish looking around the room, we're ending stream, guys. Alright. Be prepared. Alright. Bro, I'm so congested. FYI. TMI? Too much information? I'm speaking in acronyms. FYI, TMI. Alright, what were we up to? Fuck. Neocortex also plays a vital role in retrieving long-term memories from our day-to-day lives. Figure 2. Information pathways between the hippocampus and the neocortex. So hippocampus, alleged memory formations, memory formation, and prefrontal cortex, solidifying of memories, consolidating into more permanency, and long-term memory retrieval. Look at me, I'm a little learning bean. Bro, I just took off my cardigan because it's too hot. Now I need to turn it on. I mean, put it on, turn it on. I need to turn on my cardigan, guys. I need to put it on. But the thing is, I am focusing on this book. I have to hold right click so we don't get TP'd to another reality. So I only have one hand. And also I have to fend Marley off my fucking box of shit in front of me. I have a box in front of me and it has a lot of stuff. And arguably it was my mistake. I put the cat treats in there. So now they've semi-associated that with cat treats. And they keep digging their head and rubbing on the box. And I'm like, get out of that shit. That's my stuff. And maybe some cat treats. I'm an idiot. Alright, frontal lobe. Wait. Is that... Am I looking at this brain backwards? Why is that the frontal lobe? Am I an idiot? Let me just have a look at this diagram. Bro, I fucking can't see. It's too blurry. Maybe if I sit down here, can I see it? No. Okay. Did I read that? Understanding neural oscillations in the human brain. Brainwaves before and during epileptic seizures. How about the deja vu brainwaves? I guess this article is just about seizures. Alright, why? The frontal lobe is the front, right? You can see it. So in that top picture, it's pointing to the green area because it's at the front. If anything, it's where the temporal lobe is, but like where the book was pointing to was towards the temporal lobe, but actually above that, which is the parietal lobe, no? And in that other picture, the frontal lobe is the red bit, right? So the green bit is the parietal lobe. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. And this picture was saying the frontal lobe is, and it was pointing to the parietal lobe. No? Am I crazy? Yeah, the cerebellum's at the back. Why is it saying that the frontal lobe is where the parietal lobe is? The prefrontal cortex is basically fucking at the frontal lobe. Hello? Alright, well, they did say a bit of fiction, and they're just testing us. I feel like I'm crazy. Yeah. It's a very basic fucking diagram, but it's wrong. Alright, brainstem, cerebellum, thalamus, prefrontal cortex, neocortex, frontal lobe. The fuck? Anyway. Paying off your other words, yeah. If I finish the book. I'm going to finish. Look, we're almost done now. Declarative. I think it's actually said declarative. I'm stumbling on talking now. Declarative. No, it's declarative. Declarative memory and the hippocampus. Fuck, I learnt about this. Declarative memory is like, and then it's as opposed to some other kind of memory, but I can't remember. Well, let's break it down before we read it. To declare is to like say, hey, like intentionally, like with full awareness, and say aloud, I declare this. So I guess it's more like fucking... I feel like it's more like solidified memory and memory that you're pretty solid on. And probably because it's more like consolidated, permanent, you're pretty solid on. No, it's probably easier to recall and declare. And I feel like, oh great, I cheated because I looked at the other one and I saw procedural memory, so that's declarative versus procedural, and I kind of cheated. I didn't intend. I accidentally looked that way and read that. So that gave me, and I was kind of thinking it, I don't know if I said it, but I feel like with declarative memory, I feel like there's more consciousness about it. I don't know. Well, if you know it, and more permanency, of course, like, and if you know it. So procedural, I feel like, is like automatic shit. Like, kind of, you know, but it goes under the radar. Like, maybe a good example, I could be wrong, of procedural memory is like fucking, like driving a car or anything like that. Like, in the beginning, it's not procedural because you're learning and you're fully aware, and I don't know, you probably haven't learned it fully yet. But after a while, like, I think they use this in psychology a lot of the time, or neuroscience, neuropsychology, and they're describing. I think I've been given this example before, maybe for procedural memory, but it's probably not the best thing. But do you ever get sometimes a wonder? Like you get in your car, like this is after obviously getting your license, you've driven around for a while, it almost becomes automatic, and like you get in your car and then all of a sudden you're at your destination and it's like, well, you know, it's like what happened in between. Although that's kind of scary because like it's because these how to drive a car and that kind of thing, it becomes so automated. But still, you need to know how to do it. You still have to have memory, memory recall or how to do it. But it's kind of like subconscious. But yeah, also kind of worrisome because arguably when you're driving a car, you should be like very aware. And surely you probably are. But like, don't you get that feeling sometimes? Like, you know, you already know how to drive your car. You get in the car, you drive the car, and then all of a sudden you're at the destination. It's like, oh, like, yeah, you're already there. Like it's like you're missing the in-between parts, scarily enough. So I think that is probably an example, that kind of automation of knowledge based on, you know, stuff you've learned, and I guess memory and memory recall and how to do it is more procedural, but I could be wrong. Actually, I'm probably wrong. Why did I say it? I needed to read the rest. I'm probably wrong. Oh, Decla, Deria. Excuse me, Basil. Basically, ass. Okay. There are two main memory systems in our brain. Declarative memory, the recall of facts, events, people, places, and objects, and procedural memory, which focuses on both motor and perceptual skills. Motor and perceptual skills. I mean, the example probably would still fall in line. Because the physical motor skill act of like driving a car, I don't know about perception though. Furthermore, declarative memory is divided into, I remember this, episodic memory, and I think I used to always get confused and forget about this stuff. I mean, because like I didn't solidly learn, like memory was just a part of learning other topics. If I devoted like my life to learning memory, this stuff would ironically be solidified. Furthermore, declarative memory is divided into episodic memory and autobiography. What does that even mean? And semantic memory, the recall of general knowledge about the external world. Oh, okay, I think I get it all entirely when I read the whole thing. So episodic memory is more like personalized to you, like an autobiography, and semantic memory is like, semantics, the specifics, but doesn't really matter. Semantic memory, the recall of general knowledge about the external world. So recalling general knowledge about stuff external to us. Less personal, more general. Yeah. And that's declarative memory. So that's recalling facts, events, people, places, and objects. I mean, family would probably, stuff to do with family would probably more come into, I mean, they're still external to us, but I don't know, would stuff to do with family, would that fall into like episodic memory or semantic? Probably I'd say like Occam's razor, episodic memory, because they're in such close quarters and personal to us, but they're still the external world. I don't know if episodic memory is more like, I remember the assignment that I did, or fucking brushing my teeth. Actually, I fucking don't know. All the bad words. Ass. Well, I tend to overthink things, but I don't mind it sometimes. While procedural memory involves multiple brain systems which depend on a specific set of learning skills. Yeah, that sounds like driving a car. Procedural memory involves multiple brain systems which depend on a specific set of learning skills. While procedural memory is that, declarative memory requires only the medial temporal lobe, specifically the hippocampus. Hippocampus is like learning and memory consolidation. I think, like, memory is always going to be, to some degree, awareness or not? Maybe not. I mean, when you're actually doing something and recalling stuff, you're aware to some degree, no? But I feel like the difference between, like, procedural and declarative is, like, declarative is more conscious and aware, or I don't know. I feel like if I associate memories with more just in general with awareness, I feel like procedural memory is a bit more like unaware. Like, I don't know what's it, but then how does that make sense? Anyway, I want to look something up. So, is like, I want to see if I'm right. Is driving a car, obviously not for the first time, an example of procedural? I feel like I'm having not flashbacks, but like deja vu or memory recall of like a lecturer using that as an example. It says yes. AI is always right. Yes, driving a car is a strong, guys, example of procedural memory. Procedural memory is the memory for how to perform actions or skills through practice, like riding a bike or playing an instrument. Once you've learned to drive, you can do it almost automatically without consciously thinking about the steps. How crazy is that, though? Because it's to do with memory. But I feel like memory is a conscious thing, though. But maybe there's an unconscious element to memory. But I feel like memory is inherently conscious, no? Or at least it starts off conscious, then it becomes Oh, you know what it is? I don't know. I'm like, who is it conscious to? So, stuff that becomes automated. Sounds so stupid. I feel like it becomes conscious to our like sensory cells or our motor cells, or like so to our brain it's almost become unconscious. But like the physical body or the sensory cells are like acting and reacting automatically based on like memory recall for them or something. I don't know. That's stupid. Do you get what I'm trying to like purport or postulate here? But I'm probably completely wrong because, I mean, maybe. But like that doesn't make sense though, because sensory cells sense stuff. They take in stuff for memory consolidation, not the other way around, right? Or do they? Maybe they do. I don't know. But I feel like there's a threshold maybe, or like to do with whatever it's to do with memory, and then if it hits that above that threshold, like it's like we're fully aware of it in our brains, like, oh yes, oh Joanne, yes, Joanne, I remember Joanne, she's auntie's fucking auntie sister. I guess she's my other auntie. Joanne. But then it's like I'm driving like a fucking car and it's like playing like the guitar. If I knew how to play the guitar and had played it for a while, I'm like, just doing it. and not really thinking about it, but thinking about other things, if anything, thinking about other things while you're doing it. I don't know. I'm probably talking half shit here, half not. I don't know. I'm just like word vomit. Verbal diarrhea. Did you just say AI is always right? It was sarcasm. But I use it a lot lately, probably for better or for worse. But I use it with the awareness of like a grain of salt. It could be wrong. Because basically the AI, the Google AI, is this new thing with like, but it's not so new really anymore, is it? Like, you know, when you Google anything, remember once upon a time it used to just come up with websites or some other summaries or some shit that wasn't AI, but now it like comes up with AI. But the AI is trying to summarize all the shit now. So it's based on other shit, but apparently it can still get shit wrong. So you gotta take it with a grain of salt. But it's just, in a way, it is just easier. It's replaced whatever was there before. Was that AI? There used to be summaries before, I think, that weren't AI. Now that's gone and it's just AI. So, I don't know, it's just kind of handy just to read without going into websites and shit. Didn't realize it was sarcasm. It was sarcasm. I don't know, somebody said the other day that there was something that they were Googled and then the AI was like apparently completely wrong. So you gotta take it with a grain of salt. I think sometimes it does. I can understand when it interprets and amalgamates things wrong, but like to be completely and utterly wrong, but like apparently. So you gotta take it with a grain of salt. But that's when I read it and utilize it, I do take it as that, but then at the same time I'm utilizing the information, so... But I do kind of try and take it with a grain of salt. If it's anything like I'm serious, I won't go on about and like learn a bit more, like I'll go beyond the AI. Beyond the AI. Yeah. Anyway, what was I Googling? Oh, driving cars is a strong example of procedural memory. Yeah. I wanted to Google something else. I wanted to ask AI more things. Because technically when you Google something, you're asking AI. If you're reading the top bit, I guess. Hang on. I'll tell you what I Google after I Google it. Bro, when you type stuff in your phone, isn't it annoying how you're always, instead of pressing spacebar, you press dot? Yeah, I don't know why I thought this. I feel like, but I guess not, and it makes sense. But, and I guess procedural memory is probably a good example of that. I feel like by default, memories are conscious, no? But people have stuff and they're trying to pull up deep-seated memories and shit like that they're not conscious of. But are they actually memories until you remember them? But I guess they are. I don't know. This might be like philosophical things that will blow your mind if you're high. But I don't know. I just feel like memories are memories because you remember or have the capacity to remember. I don't know, because it's a conscious thing. The act of remembering is a conscious thing, no? But then maybe not. And then anyway, apparently, according to Google AI, and then like what I'm like talking about like a lot now, and it makes sense. I just said, are all memories conscious? And it said, no, not all memories are conscious. While memories related to events... So this is what... Actually, this is what I'm kind of fleshing through now. Why'd I use that word? And what's being alluded to now. It says, while memories related to events we consciously experience, like remembering a specific date or place we visited... So that's probably declarative memory. So declarative memory is probably more conscious. Procedural is more unconscious. And that kind of makes sense. But I just feel like memory is just like... I don't know. It almost sounds like contradictory. I feel like memories are memories because you remember them, no? Or maybe that's not... That's too narrow-minded. And if you remember, it's conscious, right? Anyway, let me finish reading. While memories related to events we consciously experience, like remembering a specific date or place we visited, are considered explicit or declarative, Other types of memories, like how to ride a bike, are implicit or unconscious, and they didn't say procedural. In fact, they further on they break it down to explicit, declarative memory. Actually, I knew this was as another breakdown of this memory stuff, explicit and implicit. I'm not 100% sure, but maybe implicit is more procedural. But here they've just got explicit, declarative, implicit, non-declarative. But I feel like implicit, non-declarative is procedural. Explicit declarative memory. This type of memory involves conscious recollection or recollection of facts and events. It's like remembering the name of a friend or a specific piece of information you learned in school. Implicit non-declarative memory may be procedural memory. This type of memory operates unconsciously and affects our behavior without us needing to consciously recall it. Examples include procedural memories. Oh, maybe implicit non-declarative memories are wider net and procedural comes underneath that. Examples include procedural memories like knowing how to ride a bike or drive a car, priming. Oh, it does. So procedural memories come under that. There's also something called priming, being influenced by previous stimulus without realizing it. So priming is different from procedural memory, I guess. And classical conditioning. Associate a stimulus with a response. You know, classical, was it Pavlov's dog or some shit? And how I classically condition you guys to be good bean. I mean, probably. Are we experiencing memory in real time? I was going to be like, no, because it's like a memory, but at the same time, like, the recall is in real time. So, yes and no. I don't know, it depends how you look at it. This is where I walk into the room blurting out loud, "What's all this then? What's all this then? What's all this then? Oh, what's all this then?" I feel like there's off like some TV show, like maybe like a British show or some shit. What's all this then? Hang on, I want to type in another question. I won't say it until I Google it. I think it's stupid. I probably won't tell you. Yeah, I think I was talking about shit before with the sensory cells, because obviously the sensory cells, like, I don't know. There's no consciousness there. But I know there was some kind of discussion to do with, and that's probably what I was thinking of to some degree. Kind of implicitly, I guess, until it became explicit. I don't know. I feel like there's like, we're taking in sensory input, like so much sensory input, like all the time from different things. But like, how is it that we are able to focus and not all of it reaches consciousness, you know? And I guess I think there's like a threshold that it kind of needs to exceed, or the type of sensory input or whatever, for us to be conscious about it. Because it'd probably be too crazy and overwhelming if we literally were conscious about every kind of sensory stimuli input. Like, that's fucked up. And people have issues like with things like that, you know, when stuff gets a bit too much and overwhelming. Or maybe like it's not overwhelming for some, but it's overwhelming for others because of certain things. But it's kind of crazy with all the sensory input that we're able to focus on, like, you know, like I'm playing the game right now and I'm like taking in the visual, like sensory and all that kind of stuff, but I'm focused in on the game and this sensory input. And then, you know, sometimes like the cats will whinge and maybe I can drown it out after a while. Like, yeah, sometimes it reaches threshold and then I fucking just can't fucking drown that shit out. But then sometimes you are able to. I think a good example of this, they use it in psychology as well, is like the something effect. It's not actually called the something effect. It's just because I can't remember it. Oh, wait, no. That's right. I remember it now because of the conditions. Is it the cocktail party or the cocktail effect? Because, like, they use cocktail party as an example. Like, if someone goes to a cocktail party, like a party, and, like, you know, the whole room is talking, and it almost becomes amalgamated into a, and then someone's able to say your name. Like, you're able to focus in on a conversation, and somebody is able to say your name, and then all of a sudden, you're like, hey. Like, you know, you pay attention. You take in that sensory input. Yet the and you know, imagine I don't know a fucking atom in my life or whatever, and then somebody's talking about atom and I'm not listening because, like, you know, it's just not resonating with me. But then, you know, they say, you know, my name or whatever, and then I'll how you're able to focus in on the conversation in front of you. Probably not all people can do that, and everything else turns out to be a murmur. I don't know, it's just interesting stuff. Anyway, I'm kind of like blubbering again. Why are you saying it like that? Like this? What's all this then? What's all this then? I don't know, I'm just doing whatever. I did pick that up from multiple British shows. I don't think anyone specifically. Oh, work time, bees. Well, that's alright, because I'm ending stream now. Now. I mean, I should be. Fuck. Alright, we gotta get through this book, guys. We're like in fucking university, and we have to fucking study and get through this. We've only got like a fucking minute, and we have to read it all. Alright. What are we up to? Damage to the hippocampus. Ooh, this is getting on to interesting shit. Brain damage. Potential damage to the hippocampus may not only influence the person's existing memories, but also their ability to form new ones. That's kind of fucked. Hippocampal injury can manifest itself. I think they actually did experiments on this shit. And that, yeah, fuck, this stuff's coming back to me. Like the anterograde, retrograde amnesia. I learned this shit, but funnily enough, I don't really remember it, but it's kind of coming back to me as I read this shit. Maybe that's a good example of, like, the different types of memory, fucking retrieval and memory and shit that we're reading about. Yeah. Hippocampal injury can manifest itself in two types of memory loss. Antero. Oh, yeah, antero and retrograde. So, like, I mean, I probably already learned this shit, but you can break down the words anyway. So, retrograde, retro, stuff of the past. Antero is just, you know, anterior is like front. Like, it would be the opposite. So, it'd be like future shit. What about both? That probably sounds stupid, but I don't know. Anyway, alright. So, anterograde amnesia, the loss of the ability to form new memories with long-term memories intact. Ah, yes. So, you can remember, like, stuff is solidified, but probably, I don't know, would you have shit... yeah, you would have shit short-term memory, no? Yeah. Anyway, and the retrograde is just a boing flip. Or retrograde... Why is he highlighted retrograde amnesia, though? Maybe this is the shit he's having problem with. Retrograde amnesia, the loss of memories and information learned prior to the injury or disease, affecting the autobiography, while the ability to form new memories remains intact. That's unusual, though. And kind of confusing. So let's say you had like a fucking damage to the, brain injury, like damage to the hippocampus, and you had retrograde amnesia, and then just say after the event, you've forgotten, like, your family and shit. But does that mean from that point on, you can create new memories and learn new people? Or you could learn that this is your family and create new memories with them and then understand that they're your family. I guess it won't be the same. But, like, you know what I mean? You can get that declarative memory. It's just like you've been wiped. From a certain point prior, you've been wiped of your declarative memory. But can you still form declarative memory later on? You know? While the inability to form new memories remains intact. Because if you can form new memories, you can create old memories, no? Or maybe I need to read about and learn about this fuller. There's more information. Because maybe it's like short-term memories. You can remember new memories and short-term memories, but they just don't get permanified. I made up a word. They don't get permanency, so they don't get solidified to become, say, declarative memory, or they don't become consolidated or permanent, aka long term. So maybe there is that inability. I don't know which way or what it is. Maybe it could be one or the other, or retrograde amnesia could be divided into something else. I don't know. Maybe it's more the latter of what I said. Will you make it through? The professor is waiting. 5 more hours, please. Bro, I gotta be good bean. I'm overkilling it already, bro. Oh, shit. Bro. Anyway, what's next? Can we turn the page? We're finished. I want to see what's on page 18 and 15. Well, the ability to form new memories remains intact. Bruh! Alright, guys, take note. Neuroplasticity and memory formation. Why is there no author? Who is the author? The game dev. I want to look up this book so I can continue it. Looks like a classic textbook. It's really cool. Except get right with the frontal lobe, bro. Why are they pointing at the parietal? Either that or it's really on the border of the frontal. I'll give it a 1 less star based on that. Alright, can we open this book though? Hang on, I need a drink. Alright, the POV is going crazy because my mouse is like getting dipped. Get dipped, mouse. Get fucking dipped. It sounds like I'm being rude to my mouse. Get dipped. Sly's got... Was it Sly with a sensitive keyboard? Or was that you, Koofy? Somebody's got a sensitive keyboard. Why are they being mean to their keyboard? And I'm saying get dipped. Get dipped, mouse. Alright, clinical neurology, guys. Let's go. Oh, I can't open it. I thought we could open it and read it. Oh, I feel let down. This one doesn't transport us. It's because we can't open it and read it. If we could open it up. I want to read that. corrupted, blah, 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 that's what it says. Clinical neurology. Interesting. That's the other end of it. So there's obviously like neuroscience and research, and you know that informs like, and then you've got the clinical side. So like practitioners and health professionals. So I don't know, neurosurgeon, neurologist, doctor, like stuff like that, where like they take the information that like scientists, like neuroscientists, like research stuff on, you know, the frontier of like research and shit, and all this information that can eventually get translated into like clinical like knowledge and practice and use to help the public, and that's where the clinicians step in. Some people, it's very rare, but some people are both scientists and clinicians, but that's like a lot. I mentioned that once. I came across this like fellow, didn't really get to interact with him too much. I'm pretty sure he wasn't he? Yeah. And also my at the time potential supervisor, his bro, what do you call those people? There's a name for it. It's almost like he's the protege, but it's the reverse of that. Like, who's the one that's the other one? Fuck, what's the word for that? Oh, it's gonna bug me now. Well, anyway, his, whatever it was, the opposite of protege. Fuck, what's that word? He was, both a doctor and a doctor. Do you like that joke? He was he had a PhD, he was a researcher, and he was actually a clinical doctor. Mentor, that's the word. Senpai. Sensei, I mean. My keyboard is too scarred beyond feel pain. A poor keyboard, mate. You should like fucking take it on a holiday. Let it have a holiday. You should take it with you and like hold it up and while you're sightseeing and stuff, so it can relax and see. Imagine if you went like touring and shit and on holidays and you're just holding up this keyboard everywhere. People think you're bonkers. But that keyboard deserves it. Acolyte. Where's that? Wait, is Acolyte? Oh, yeah, Acolyte, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, because that's a lot of work, a lot of devotion, a lot of this, a lot of that. Like, I feel like people can barely balance, say, like, research with just, like, life. Or, like, you know, being a clinician with, like, life, let alone being, like both of those and life. Or even, I don't know, maybe it wasn't like all at the same time, probably to some degree, but maybe like even in succession, that is a very difficult thing to do. To like, you know, accomplish a PhD and also accomplish the education and experience as a clinician. That's crazy. You'd be struggling to have a life outside of that, honestly. But maybe some people can, or maybe they didn't have a life outside that. Let's be real. Good idea. I'm planting my keyboard would enjoy. Just don't get them too wet. Like I was thinking, like give them a little go in the ocean, but no, that might destroy. It might destroy them, and then that defeats the purpose of a therapeutic holiday for your keyboard if they get destroyed. I'm sure they don't want to go on holiday and get destroyed. Anyway. Aw, man. I'm having a good time. Even just fucking rambling. I think we gotta be good being, guys. Where do we go? Should we at least go to another room? But then there's like... But this is comfy. Fuck. Maybe we stay here. Because I'm scared I'll go to another room and they'll be like, oh, what's all this then? What's all this? And also it might be scary, and this is quite a comfortable room. Right? Socks on the floor. But it's like I never progressed. I started the stream in this room. I also end the stream in this room. Oh, wait. Did we look at this, though? No, I think we did look at this, but it just wants to transport you. Yeah. I mean, let it go a little bit, but then I'm going to stop it. See if we can see anything. No, it's like just black. Alright, so there's two transporty things. It's, I almost was like, is it even this book? Because I've been reading it for so long. It's this book, and then that poster. And then all the other stuff is, like, not really. I think the... Oh, shit! I'm starting to realise something now. I can't put my head around it. There's something to do with memories and special items and parallel realities and stuff, and then just items that you can just kind of look at. I'm starting to realise that things that have a white dot, I don't know if it's after I click it or before. Actually, I think maybe everything's a white dot until I discover it, and then it's like one of these dots that are yellow when I look away, and it's like a bullseye. So the stuff that are white dots, they're just items to look at. They, maybe there's memory associated with, but it doesn't, I just look at it. The ones that become bullseyes, so I need to find the password to this tablet again. So we need to go back to a VOD, or we can go back to that room and see what that sussy J said. Because I need to actually access this tablet. I need the password to open it again, and I forgot it. Because it's a transporty one. So things with bullseyes that go yellow when I look away, they're transporty items. Maybe they're the special memory items. But I need the right combination of two to open up a parallel reality. I wonder if they're all important. It's just which... I need to find their partner, like their duo, to open up that reality. Or maybe they all... I don't fucking know, honestly. I don't know what I'm talking about. Or maybe... like, some of them are important, but they don't have a pair... like, there's only two specific ones that open up a parallel reality. Or what they're TPing me to. Is that just a memory, or is that actually the parallel reality? See, now I'm getting confused. I just thought it was a memory, but it feels like you get, like, transported somewhere, like, kind of crazy, almost like a parallel reality. But I don't think so, actually. I think it's initially what I thought, but I thought... secondary, like maybe that's the parallel reality. But no, I think alone these are special items and they're each memories, and I'm yet to get into a parallel reality, I think. Yeah. But parallel realities take two items, two significant items with memories associated to them. As like for deja vu, for a gateway key to a parallel reality. I don't think I've found two yet that are the right two combo. Anyway, I'm getting confused. It's interesting though. Play the game and then you figure out. What's all this then? What's all this then? Look, I can only say it without saying anything. You know what I mean? What's all this then? Do you get that? What's all this then? What's all this then? What's all this then? What's all this? I could just make a noise and it was like... But maybe it's because you heard it before, so you know what. No, but it's kind of like I'm saying it too. What is it? What is this? What is it? What is it? Okay, I gotta stop doing that. I think I'm crazy. What is it? Okay. So yeah, we'll have to figure out. So Kwittens, I think you came a bit later, but this tablet, you know how I put in that J's sussy code into there and it opened, and I was like, is it just going to open to anything, or was that actually the right code? Well, I came back at it, tried to open it, didn't remember the code, so I put anything in and it didn't unlock. So that is actually the code to the tablet. That's weird. Oh, holy hell. So, but because this is a transporty thing and I need to explore it a bit more, I'm going to have to like open it up again. But I think I can't remember how, but I can go back to my house somehow. One of these memories or some shit brings me back there, or surely, or something. Wait, is this one as well? Wait, why is this yellow though? Wait, did I not look at everything? Wait, I'm so confused. Okay, I've noticed something that is something else that is different. So these are white. You just look at them, you look away, and they're just still white. These are bullseyes, and you look away, they're yellow. And they're a TPing item. And then now we've got the not bullseyes, look away, and yellow. I'm pretty sure I looked at these before, though. So what does that mean? Wait, is it a TP thing? Oh, wait, they are TP things. But why don't they have bullseyes? Neurology final. Shit, I don't remember these being as TPing things. Did I look at this before? Oh my god. Whoops. Did I not? Oh, wait, I'm pretty sure I looked at them, though. Wait, is that cheating, though? So these are... So the ones that you look away and are yellow, they're bullseyes. I just need to look at them. But I looked at these before. Maybe this is something that the save point didn't register. Yeah, maybe. Maybe the save point, it hadn't saved. And it's just... I don't know if it's a byproduct of that. But it kind of regress... Or the game regressed and I'm... Have to look at these again. Because I'm pretty sure I looked at them. Right? A 2020 study by Elaine Connor suggests that sudden abnormal changes in brainwaves can result in or be a result of deja vu. The brainwaves recorded with an EEG during a deja vu sensation in some patients, they do say some patients, resembled the ones that could be coincidental, resembled the ones recorded during an epileptic seizure. If proven correct. Never proven correct, only supported. Things can be disproven. This theory may overthrow deja vu as a sign of our brain merely checking its memory. Yeah, but what is it alluding to? That's what you need to focus on. I mean, I guess I gotta read the article. It's like clickbait. It's literally clickbait. Okay, you're telling us what it isn't. What it potentially isn't. But what is it potentially? Like, what are you trying to say? Oh, maybe it was that scrap of the other article that we burnt, but that didn't get burned fully. So they're trying to say... And they want people to read the article first, because maybe if they read this, they either will read it or they won't. Because they're like, fucking loop. Fruit Loop. So deja vu is a gateway to a parallel universe. That's why it's not merely a sign of our brain checking its memory. It's the initiation of a gateway into a parallel universe, parallel reality. And we can time travel. Okay, just kidding. Just kidding only about the time travel bar, but the parallel universe. Anyway. Wait, did I miss some stuff? There's nothing weird about it. You took note of it, then your explicit memory or whatever brought it back up. Wait, with the what now? Hashtag Harakuchi hashtag. Technically, I helped, but I was waiting for you to bring it up. Wait, what? About what? The dot things? Alright, I'm focused on this. Maybe that's why I focused on it last time and I didn't notice it's a TP thing. Wait, it's not yellow anymore! Did I fuck up the TP? This was yellow, no? Oops. Wait, it wasn't? I'm so confused. It's not a TPing thing, or did I fuck up the TP? Oh shit, maybe in the order if you pick shit up and then, I don't know, or if you fucking focus and you cancel the TP and then it doesn't come back, I don't know. Was this a TP thing or not? It's apparently not a TP. It's not a TP anymore. I swear it was yellow though. Maybe yellow is something you haven't looked at yet. I think these do TP though. No! I don't want to go yet. It's so comfy in here. Alright, well that's a nothing one then. But I swear to God it's yellow. Maybe I should go on the VODs just to reaffirm that I'm not fucking insane in the membrane. Oh, the Karakuchi's tablet password? Oh, fucking keep that stuff to Karakuchi. That's private to Karakuchi. Karakuchi's tablet password. Wait, there's nothing weird about it. You took note of it, then your explicit memory or whatever brought it back up. Oh, I must have said it was weird for some reason. I can't remember why I would say it's weird though. Can I help? But I was waiting for you to bring it up. Oh, what? To know to put it in? Yeah. I kind of just like it matched the numbers. It's like I'm like a password. This is a good, you know, maybe memory recall in itself and the brain in action. Because I was like, password, it's like 6, right? Or I didn't even know, like, actually count or recognize that it was a space for 6 numbers, no? I just knew it like looked the same length as the amount of numbers that I was given from that J person. So I just put that in. Also, it was probably the only string of numbers that I fucking got from this game, I think. And it fucking worked. I guess 1 + 1 does equal 2. But I don't understand. There must be some connection there. Like... Oh, shit. Do you reckon Jay's like my son? Like, I only have a daughter, but maybe Jay's my son. Like, from either a parallel reality or in the future. Jay, you just gotta get your fucking, you know, you need to learn to type accurately on a keyboard and get your grammar right. Otherwise, I just think you're a sussy. And you're gonna give me a fucking virus. Alright, son? Anyway, maybe Jay's not sussy. Maybe Jay's our son somehow. Anyway, what makes me think that is, I don't know. He has access to my password on my phone. Like, I don't know. Like, arguably, like, you probably don't have... I mean, maybe. Maybe. Children might have the password of their parents to help them out and shit. I don't think siblings would, but, I mean, maybe. But I'm like, in what fucking world does somebody know? Like... Unless this isn't my tablet, but I presume it's in my room, so it's my tablet. And I had a conversation. I was having a conversation with my my wife or girlfriend at the time. So all indicators point to this being my tablet. Yet this sussy J had the code to it. How does that make sense? How does that tie in? So yeah, maybe there's somebody that are actually close to me. Unless they're oh no, they could be a freak. They could be a freak, and they just watching and spying and invading and found out my password somehow. You know those things, you know what you were saying earlier, Koof? The fucking vulnerabilities and the, I don't know, the predators on the internet and shit. Okay, so they still could be sussy. Bro, they can either be my son or they're completely sussy. I have mixed feelings, very emotional about that. Josh has a daughter. No. Is it the stream delay? I've explained it though. Maybe Jay is my alter ego. Just kidding. That's another theory. Maybe Jay is my son from a parallel reality or some shit. So parallel realities. That's the thing. They're parallel, right? They're parallel realities because they're similar, but they're different. Usually, like, in Marvel and shit and all that shit, like, parallel or multiverses or whatever, usually they're similar, right? But there's one huge pivotal change. right? Did you guys actually? There's something like this with magicians, right? That series that I was watching. Actually, no. Actually, wait. Was that about parallel reality or something? I think it was, actually. So what we were watching, block your ears if I won't go into it too much. But block your ears if you don't want spoilers. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Magicians is based on like a novel, but it was made into a series on Amazon Prime or whatever. I haven't finished it. But basically what we're watching is one reality with a pivotal change. But that's the reality to us that we're watching, and that's their reality. I'll just leave it at that. So yeah, I feel like the concept of multiverses and parallel reality, there's high similarity, but usually there's one pivotal change. So maybe in one parallel reality we had a son instead of a daughter. And his name was Jay. Excuse me. Fuck. It's a bit fucked up. Coughing. That's actually a good idea. Bro, see, I both, it's probably a pro and a con, but, I mean, I guess it's a con because I'm more theorizing and less playing the actual game, but it's kind of fun to do this. And maybe I'm right, and I like being right. We play the game and then I'm fucking right. I'm like, I'm usually good with this shit too. Sorry to say, like, probably spoilers without intentionally being spoilers. I'm usually pretty good with this shit, but, maybe I, like, ponder too much and I overkill it, and then, of course, it's not going to be everything. But, yeah. But, yeah, pros, because it's like, I like talking about this stuff, and, it's kind of a cool idea, even if it's not the game. Or I might be right, but, yeah, it's less playing game and more pondering and talking about this shit. But that's kind of cool concept, no? Yep, they could be spying on you, but we don't know a thing about this guy's setup. Yeah, Jay. So then I was like, I went from sussy to my son. My son, so sweet, so cute. Wait, they could be a fucking predator. Oh, shit, actually. Oh, maybe still sussy then. More fucked up. Now I'm torn. Is it my son or is it sussy? Anyway, we will soon see, guys. We will soon see. But now, because I've conjured in my head it's potentially my son, now I'm probably going to be a bit more vulnerable. Like, I'm probably more inclined to, like, actually, like, comply or, like, go with them. Whereas, like, if I didn't bring up that notion, I would have been very avoidant of them, like I had been. So, I'm like, it's nothing that the game has done, but maybe it was something that the game did. Because, the reason I came up with that notion is because, like, how the fuck does he have my password on the phone, on the tablet? Sussy. Maybe it's a friend. I said the password too because I'm losing my memory. It's very interesting as well. Like, you can see the age-old, current-day way of accessing, like, your information with a code. This is the passcode. It's literally, like, today. But in the 2045 one, so when we, like, started the game, to access the phone, it, like, required the brainwaves. There's no code like this. It just unlocks with your brainwaves or some shit, but it wasn't unlocking, so, but, like, he's got, like, a neurological problem, so it's probably, like, shit's getting degraded or something. And it's not recognizing his brain frequency or some waves or whatever. So it's not able to open. Unless that isn't his home. Maybe he's Jay. Maybe he's an intruder. That might not be even his home. You know how surely there's movies of this. I think there was a movie where, like, a guy is, like, a time traveler or some shit, and then it looks like he's, like, intruding and breaking into a place, and there's probably a version of him in that fucking universe that thinks he's doing that and is like, what the fuck? But it's literally his place, just in another universal time or some shit. And yeah, maybe he had to break in, I don't know. But he looks like an intruder, but it's actually technically, or maybe not, his place. I mean, if you intentionally or unintentionally got into a parallel universe, wouldn't you go to your place? Like, what are you supposed to do? Fuck, I have so many concepts and notions going on in my brain. I wanted to get them all out, and I think I missed one. So, there was something earlier about the, I think it was like damage to the, what was it, the hippocampus? And affecting your memory loss. I wonder if that's like hallmark shit to do with stuff like dementia and like Alzheimer's disease. I've probably learned this. It probably is. But the degradation and the hallmarks that they associate with Alzheimer's disease probably does affect the hippocampus. I want to Google that. Because it makes sense. Because like dementia is like problems with memory and degradation and shit like that. So if they're saying hippocampus is very kind of core to that kind of stuff, it falls in line that, you know. Let me Google something. I'm just going to be like, is degradation of the hippocampus hallmark of, I don't know, Alzheimer's? Bro, what's with all the fucking full stops? I was going to say footsteps. Oh, I did it again. I went to delete it and then I put another one in. It's like the spacebar is so close to the fucking full stop. And then you try and swivel to go to the end of the sentence to resume your sentence, and then you actually accidentally press the cross and delete everything and have to type it again. Bro, yeah, there was another interesting story thing, but I've lost it now. I was going to talk about. Yeah, degradation of the hippocampus is a significant hallmark of Alzheimer's disease. In particular, the hippocampus tends to show the most rapid loss of tissue early in the disease process. This shrinking of the hippocampus is linked to short-term memory loss. That is a key symptom of Alzheimer's. I don't know. I think there's different types of Alzheimer's and like different like stages as well. Maybe it evolves, or maybe it just depends on. I mean, Alzheimer's to be honest. So I don't know what I'm talking about by different types, but maybe it's very. I mean, no, there is different types because obviously there's early onset, late onset, but it could be at the stage of it. Because I feel like there has been like long-term memory loss in like Alzheimer's, so people like actually don't know who their family are anymore, and that's long-term, not short-term. Or maybe in addition to short-term. Neuropathology. Yeah, so like with Alzheimer's is like hallmarks. I don't know if they've solidified on it though. Like very little, or at least a couple of years ago. I doubt a few years will make that much of a difference. But very little is known about it. But what they believed were hallmarks, like biological like hallmarks of it was NFTs, like neurofibrillary tangles, amyloid plaques, and neuronal loss. But there are other stuff now that some research were, what do you call it, trailblazing, that were just as much seemingly linked and could be hallmarks of the disease. That particularly impact the hippocampus. Anyway. That would be crazy. You're playing as some intruder going through some random people's home. Wait, what do you mean? No, what do you mean? Did you not hear the story properly? I mean, that would be a... crazy game. There's probably games out there like that. No, I was saying, I think it's a move based, like, I can't remember exactly. Wasn't there a movie called Jump or some shit? And he could teleport, and maybe it was from that, but maybe not. Hang on, let me Google it. It wasn't Jump, it was something similar. It had the dude that played Darth... Was it Darth Vader? And the chick off the OC. That's helpful. I remember looking this up on stream before. Oh, it's Jumper. Put a jumper on, guys. The movie's called Jumper 2008. Features a young man, block ears if you don't want synopsis spoilers, David Rice, who discovers he can teleport anywhere at will. Really? I thought he goes back in time and shit, though. He's pursued by a secret society called the Paladins, who want to kill him. Paladins. And he becomes entangled in an ancient war between those who can teleport, jumpers, and those who hunt them. I mean, maybe there was time travel. Is the time travel in Jumper? The first thing that came up was Lost. You remember that series? It says it does involve time travel, but rather the ability to teleport or jump across space. While the concept of a leap across space and time is explored. Oh, so it made references to it. The film is primarily focused on teleportation rather than time travel. I don't know. I feel like I've seen it in a movie before. Where, like, that's where I'm getting the concept from. Anyway, I need to reiterate it. Because you're getting it wrong. Oh, wait, you going? That would be... Anyway, I'll reiterate it for the VOD again. So you got 2 places to figure it out. Long BRB or bye. Bro, I ramble so much. You probably said this like 20 minutes ago. Get lunch before it runs off. Yeah, I'll probably go big good brain. But thanks for chilling. It's actually been a fun stream, even though I've only gotten through 1 minute of progress in the game. Quantum Leap. Never mind, crying now. Yeah, something to do with that. But anyway, this is for the VOD. So, in response to that would be crazy, you're playing as some intruder going through some random people's home. No, I meant I was like going on about a story I think I've seen in a movie or something, and I said, imagine if, I don't know, something to do with this character's Joshua or the J or whatever is like that. So, fuck, where was my line of thought again? I thought it was to do with the phone. Maybe it started with the phone concept. The idea of the passcode and legit intruder. But I was like, going back to the original home that you spawn in, it's like a mess. There's like a knife on the fridge and everything, and like it doesn't look right. And I thought maybe because his wife and child left him, problems with the neurological condition and stuff like that, that like maybe he's an intruder. Oh, okay, I can see where that you get that from. So I did say that. And maybe it started off as that. I don't know. Maybe he's the intruder. But anyway, then I elaborated. And then maybe it's like, you know, a parallel reality. And like, yeah, technically he's an intruder. Maybe he entered on that and it's like a shitstorm in there. Maybe he's the intruder and he caused that. Or maybe he entered in on that through a parallel reality. Or maybe he caused that in a parallel, entered in on that and caused that from a parallel reality. But anyway, I went kind of a bit nice, like, you know, give him the benefit of the doubt side and a bit more like, you know, he's probably all right. So maybe he entered a parallel reality where that shit went down and he's like gone to his house and it's looking like that. And then, but then he's in a parallel reality and there's already a him there, maybe. He wasn't replaced with him. Where am I going with this? So, I I know, he's gone into a parallel reality. He went to his house, but is that his house? Technically it's his house, but he's not the original Joshua in that parallel reality. But where else are you going to go? You're going to go where is home, even though that's technically not his home, but it is kind of his home. So technically he's an intruder, but he's not. Or is he? I don't know. But he's gone to what was, you know, would be his place, but is it his place because it's a parallel reality, and therefore he's kind of an intruder, no? And imagine if he fucking walked in on all of that. And he looks like the intruder then. And what if he's found himself there? I mean, he'd probably be weirded out because he'd be like, hey, you look like me. But imagine if he found himself there, the one in that reality, found himself, like, walked in on him but didn't get a look at his face and is just like, intruder, like, from outside the building or, like, from a distance, and he was turned around and then the other guy goes to hit him or, like, call the cops or some shit. I don't know. Bro, I think by just trying to follow my train of thought to explain that again, I think I took it another notch. Anyway, that's for the VODs. Alright, if you want me to explain the intruder thing, maybe I actually did, like, envision him as being the intruder initially, and then that goes with what you were saying. But not what you're saying! What if he seems like the intruder, but he's not? But maybe he technically is. It's just Joshua from reality A is in Joshua's apartment from Joshua... Okay, let's just say there's Joshua A and Joshua B. Joshua A belongs to reality A. Joshua B belongs to reality B. What if Joshua crossed over into world B and went to what is theirs, but is technically Joshua B's? So what happens if Joshua A crossed into Joshua B's world and went to technically Joshua B's apartment? Do you know what I mean? Technically, they're an intruder in Joshua B's apartment. Especially if Joshua B is still in that reality. But are they? Because it's their home. But I guess it's not. You know? Food for thought, food for thought. Interesting concepts. Probably been done before. I think I saw it in a movie. So, yeah. Yeah. What's that game? There's a new game that was coming out or has come out already. And it's about this guy. I think he fucking cloned himself. Or maybe he found himself in multiple realities. No, I think he cloned himself. I don't know. I think he cloned himself. Maybe it's not the multiple reality thing. But similar concepts. So, like, I don't know. I think it's the end of the world. And I think he cloned himself. And he lives on a ship. And he cloned himself so he has people to help him. But the clones kind of come off a bit differently. They're like him, but not him. Probably more different, actually, and just look like him. But that's just interesting, because I feel like parallel realities could be envisioned kind of like that. If you, like Joshua A compared to Joshua B, there's the similarities but differences. I dare say they'd probably be more similar than different, but maybe there's one important thing that affects them differently and makes them different, but at the core they're probably more similar. Or was this kind of notion of cloning themselves, and I feel like they were, like, very different from one another. It was kind of the other way. And it's about cloning, and I think, and not multiple realities. So, yeah. Anyway, this guy is, like, on a ship or trying to survive, and, like, he ended up figuring out how to clone himself, I think, so he could have a crew to help him survive. So he just has a bunch of people on board that look like him. And it's kind of like crazy because I think they share memories and share feelings for, like, his family and shit, which is kind of awkward in a way because they're clones. But, like, obviously they have the memories and share feelings for his wife and stuff. And there's only one, that original him. So you can imagine how scary that might get if, like, one of the clones get out of hand and, you know, get jealous or whatever and want the wife or something. Anyway. So, yeah, it's just interesting. But they're, like, apparently all quite different. So one's, like, hell of a gardener or something. Maybe he tampered with the DNA or some shit. One's, like, a hell gardening airy fairy, I feel. And he's, arguably the problematic one, I think, what was alluded to. And then there's another one that's very like pragmatic. I don't know, another one that like is like really techie and mechanical. One that's like very gritty in the dirt, get shit done. Like, actually, I kind of want to play that game. Fuck, what's that game? All right. Before we go, we got to be good bean because I swear to God, Sarah's like out of the thick of it. End of stream. But let's try and figure this game, and then we'll be good bean. I'm sure I could get it. Fuck, what was it called? bEbE, you're not here, are you? Shared it on Discord. In fact, I think I shared it, and then you shared it again. Lol. The classic, I shared it first, but you don't remember, and then you shared it, but I technically already shared it. The classic. Fuck. What would I Google? New game guy on end of world on spaceship cloning self. I reckon it'll come up. Yeah, watch 2 new trailers for The Alters, an upcoming sci-fi survival. So it's called The Alters. ALTERS. I guess like the alternatives of him. So not like altar offering altar, but alters as in alternative. I wasn't too sure if I was interested in that game. It was kind of interesting, but now after having the discussion that we had, like, I'm kind of interested in it. Cloning YouTube. So it's cloning. The title of the thing is like, I don't want to click on it though. Cloning myself to survive on an alien. Is it alien? So maybe it's not apocalyptic? On an alien ... comedy starring hapless clones. So I think there's comedic, but there's definitely got to be drama value to it. Has it been released yet? I think it'd be all across Twitch if it was. The Alters release date. 13th of June. Wait, what? Wait, that's soon, or is it now already? No. So it's like, that's like in a week. What a coincidence. Maybe we try and fork out for that game and add it to the list of games that I shouldn't have bought, can't really afford, and didn't finish, let alone start. Alright, let me open on my phone The Alters, because I want to read the synopsis that they've got to you. So it comes out in a week. Wait, I thought you had to go to work. I don't know, I forgot. Is that you responding to that? Anyway, I figured it out. Because it's funny sometimes, because I get specific with the description. So it's funny how you can just type the description and random, like, a long-ass shit into Google, and then it comes up. So is it not apocalyptic? So it's just, he's, like, isolated? Oh, that would make sense, probably, if there's controversies with his wife. But it could have been the memory of his wife or some shit. Or, like, maybe they want to bring the wife back. But maybe the wife is still alive, and there's issues with clones getting jealous and shit. I mean, are they getting jealous, though? But I guess technically they are. Specifically if they're made aware that they are a clone. Because I reckon he would have told them, and it's obvious they all look the same. He would have told them that they're clones. But imagine being told that you were a fucking clone. You know? But in a way, it would become jealousy, no? But I guess, like, in a way, they're clones. I guess they're still humans. They're just clones of humans. But it's, like, only human. If you really have those memories and feelings, it would only be human, even though you're a clone of a human, to feel real susceptible to them. So it's just like, oh, you're a clone. That's not actually your wife. She's my wife. But you have memories of her. Like, but, like, even knowing that you're a clone, you're like, you would feel that they are your wife. That's kind of fucked up. Like, that brings into questions of fuck. Honestly, probably the whole cloning thing as well, like, realistically. Like, in real life. How fucked that would be. And at the same time, like, we've spoken about this before, I think, or people have before. Like, imagine if, like, it's kind of crazy. Like, I don't know. But imagine if it happened to you. Anyway, I'm not finishing my sentences. Imagine if you had a child and they I don't know. Imagine if you had a child and they passed away before you, but you still had bits of their DNA somehow or something. I don't know. That's difficult. I guess I wouldn't know how to answer that unless I was in that position. But, like, would you clone them? Like, in a way, that would be a therapeutic thing, but then would that be selfish? But is it selfish, though? Because technically the clone would prefer to be alive than not. That comes into question the philosophy stuff of my philosophy class. Like, if you had, like, a chance of passing on, like, a detrimental disease to a child, would you still have a child or not? And the ethics to do with that? And, like, you know... like I digress, bro, majorly, but our lecturer was like, but, you know, consider this, like, the child with the deficit, wouldn't they rather be alive than not? You know? But who knows as well, because maybe what they're experiencing is so painful, maybe they don't want to be, like, you know? But who knows? Like, wouldn't you rather it exist than not? Like, I don't know. That's philosophy for you. Anyway, fuck. I forget where I digressed from. Bro, I was going to come back to a point, but now I digressed too fucking far. Clones. Let's backtrack. We'll try and backtrack. Clones. Oh, yes. So, if you had, like, a child that, like, passed away and you had their DNA, would you, like, clone them? And is that wrong or not? You know, I feel like there's this stigma or stereotype, like, not actually, is this a thing or not? But even just thinking about it and people trying to research and study towards shit like that could enable that. I feel like there's this stigma associated with it. And, you know, maybe even I initially fall prey to it, like it's wrong. But... what about being, like, looking at it from a philosophy point of view and just trying to gauge all different perspectives? Like, maybe taking a POV, whether or not you agree on it or not, like, maybe, like, looking at it from a perspective or trying to, that it's not wrong. You know? Or, like, you know, whoever is cloned, wouldn't they want to be alive, like, rather than not alive? And is it really doing it anything to, like, you know, the child that's passed away? They've already passed away. And also now I'm thinking, like, someone said to me once, like, you know, if something helps you, but then also that it doesn't hurt anyone else, then why not? And what's the problem with it? But people might argue that it's hurting, you know, the other child's passed away, and they might say, oh, maybe it's hurting the clone, the new child, but, like, wouldn't they rather be alive than not? Particularly if we're taking out the disorder, like, if there was a disease or something, like, from that other conversation. If they were a healthy, like, child and stuff like that, and I mean, honestly, that's, the disease thing is, like, a different thing. Wouldn't they enjoy living a life? And it's actually, like, so maybe it's, like, therapeutic for the parent. Maybe. Or maybe not, who knows. But maybe it's therapeutic for them and the child gets to live. I don't know. Interesting. Fuck, there's a lot of interesting shit that I've spoken about. Like, I say shit. I don't mean it's literally shit, but that's just me saying shit. There's a lot of interesting stuff I'm chatting about today. I've got like literally 1 minute of play time progression, like actual progression in this game. But like, I feel like I've just spoken about like rambled on about multitude of like really interesting stuff, like stuff that I find really interesting. I like to ponder on. Anyway. Finish one game, then you can get eat ass, bees. Well, maybe I'll finish this game, or maybe we just don't. Whatever. Bro, shut the fuck up. Yeah, I know when that game gets released, as long as you don't forget about it and I remind you of it, you're gonna get that game, no? You know, you're definitely interested in it because you posted it again after I already posted about it. So the thing is if you remember it or not, and if you're aware of its release or not. But even afterwards, as soon as I'm sure at some point, even if it's like, because it's going to be all over Twitch probably, like the variety streamers streaming it as a new release, because I think it's going to be a popularized one. You'll see it and you'll remember and you'll be like, okay, I'm getting it. We should place our bets now. What do we bet? What do I get? Can I place a bet? I'll place a bet with you, bees. Let's bet whether or not bees gets this game called the Alters. I feel like I have a fucking 99.9% assurance that you get that game. Oh, you know what? I'll make it 100% if I get that game. You'll be like, I want to get that game too. Yeah, it is interesting. Or maybe then I do get it, because then I'll play it a bit and you'll be like, ooh, interesting. Then I'll just like fucking increase my chances of 99.9% success rate to 100. Mommy. Oh, that's fair enough. You did whinge half an hour ago and I'm still streaming. Look, you're licking your list though. You had fucking biscuits and now you're like whinging for food. Sure, Dad. $1 million. It's just funny because you're the person in question. You'd have to be crazy to fucking agree to that having the inside knowledge that you do of yourself. Anyway, I'm talking shit. Alright, fuck. Okay, fuck. I've got to end stream. Oh my god, I've overkilled it. Oh shit. Even if I end now, like, it's not the worst case scenario, but I will be tired. But if I go on any longer, it's going to be worst case scenario. Alright, let me just read this thing of the game. Okay, actually, it's just called Alters. So I think it's comedy, but it's dark and like, I like that though. Like a comedy and dark and serious and shit. I like a little fucking comedy with fucking dark and drama. Oh wait, not $1 million. $1 million! Wait, isn't that something like fucking, oh fuck, what was it again? Austin Powers and, what's that guy called again? Was his name Doctor Strange? That's that Marvel dude. What was the Austin Powers evil doctor? Evil. Dr. Evil? Oh yeah, it's literally Dr. Evil. I feel like I can just imagine him turning with his finger, like pinky in his mouth, and it's like, I think he did say that, no? $1 million. Dr. Evil. 1 million. Yeah, it is a thing. $1 million. If you get first, you have to get... Bro, I barely fucking shit. Like, I've probably been extremely bad anytime ever if I ever get a game these days. Like, especially it tends to be because of the hype and the new release. Like, you should wait and get it at the very least discounted, but who can fucking wait, like, a year? And, also it's the hype of the new release. So, I feel pro. But yeah, any game that I fucking get these days, particularly new release, like, I shouldn't have got it. Fuck. I still got so many to play. I still haven't played Midnight Walk as well. And then I had to go and start this one. But technically, didn't I get this one before? I think I got this one like a while ago. Oh my god, Marley. No regrets though. This is right up there for like different reasons, and I haven't even finished it yet. Mind you, I've only finished the demo of We Harvest Shadows, and that's a favorite game of mine. But this is right up there with being like a favorite game. If not for all the conversations that it's incited. But actually, the game's really good itself. I liked how it started, very emotional. I'm liking it. And the concepts is very interesting. Like I didn't expect that parallel realities and the two the TPing items and the two memories that will unlock a reality. And there's so many questions. Very interesting. To me, at least. So, yeah. Oh, wait, I didn't read it, the other sentence. If I get the first, I get for you too. I mean, that makes the $1 million bet a little bit more fairer. Because then I don't skew it. Albeit skewing it, what, like 99.99%. So I'd be only skewing it 0.01%, right? By getting the game and playing it. So my chances are still very high. Of $1 million. And if you win, nothing. Yeah. Anyway. Fuck. Well, did I even read it yet? Alright, we're reading this fucking synopsis to the Alters game, and then we're being good bean, okay? Like a band-aid. These cats are going crazy as well, because they're whinging for food. They barely can wait another minute. Wait! Oh, fuck! I'm on Dr. Evil. I need to go back. Wait, who's being naughty? Georgie, get out of that area! Hey! Oh, she just jumped in the corner! 1 sec. She's not loud there. It's no biggie, but I don't want her to get hurt. Georgie, get out! Wait, what's playing? Oh, sorry, guys. It's the audio of the Steam page for that game. Holy shit, that scared me. Georgie, bad girl! See, I told you guys they're gonna go insane. That they're at the point of the verge of insanity. For wet food. Despite having biscuits. Alright. Okay, so. Fuck, I need a drink, 1 sec. Am I tabbed out of the game? I think I am. So this stream is mostly about being in silence with me fucking yabbering, but silent. Guys, settle down. Marley's trying to pick a fight with Georgie, I think. I thought Georgie's such a little witch sometimes, slapping Marley up and shit. But you know who I caught in the act? The past couple of times? I caught Marley in the act of walking up to Georgie and in between tapping and smacking her on the face. And Georgie's like just reacting. Like, wouldn't that be annoying if someone just came up and kind of hit you on the face a little bit? Like, even if it's a cross between a bit of a slap but more of a tap? That's Marley, by the way. He's getting out of hand. Marley! No! He generally quiets down for a little bit sometimes when I say no. No? He's looking at me. He does this one thing. I go to him, Marley, no. And then he goes to look at me. Like, he tries to find, like, the gaze. Like, gaze, his, like, the line of sight to looking me in the eye. To actually look at me. And then I'm like, no again. And then usually listens to me, even if it is for, like, 4 minutes. What's the problem? Oh, shit. Is it a litter box? 1 sec. I think it's a litter box. Bro, I'm just about to end stream. Alright. Hold on, guys. Get a snacky, cuppa. Even though stream's going to end in a bit. I want to read this synopsis, but Marley, like, the litter's actually pretty chockers. So I'll be right back. And I think I need a loo break too. Alright. bEbE. Alright, sorry, that was a bit of a while. And I'm back, but not back. Don't you just love this? I mean, I guess it makes sense. Wait, I think I might have to help Marley in a bit. You okay, mate? Or did you have some bickies to eat? I can't tell. Sometimes they do this thing where they, like, lick their lips and they're about to throw up. But he might have just ate. I think he's gonna throw up. Okay, I'll be right back. Fuck. Be right back, be right back. My mother knows. Oh, he already did throw up a little bit. I didn't step in it, did I? Molly, it's okay. Good son. Alright, I'll be right back. Fuck, did I step in it? Oh, motherfuck. It's okay. You just need to throw up in the litter box from now on. You need to go? Bruh. He's like tossing up whether he needs to throw up or not. Do you need to throw up or do you not need to throw up? Because arguably you've already thrown up. Oh my god. Alright, let me just mediate this. CBs! Fuck, I was gonna say something funny too. I think? I can't remember. Alright, I have to deal with Stinky and make sure Molly doesn't want to throw up anymore. Hang on, let me wipe him. Let me wipe, okay? Stinky boy. Bro, this is the longest AFK. What's my bottle doing? Just to fucking come back and AFK and then finish stream. Sorry, guys. So, yeah, usually it's the way. I guess it makes sense. They're sharing a little box of water and it's a tighter space, so I can't get a bigger one. I just have to do the litter more often. But yeah, it's like I have to do the litter so he can go do a big stinker, and then I have to do the litter again. And then he throw up. So fun times! So I literally just did it, went to the loo myself, and now I need to do the litter again. Fun times. Anyway, I still want to read the synopsis of this game. CBs. Thanks for chewing. Wait, you don't have a charger, mate? At this point, Coop's gonna be back. I'm gonna be tired fucking tomorrow. Alright, we gotta be good being real soon, alright? I'm not gonna mute, can't be bothered. But I'm just gonna do the litter for a fucking second time and fix this fucking... Wait, you back? Oh, fuck. Well, oh, fuck, in a sense, like, I was supposed to be good bean. And I'm technically being good bean, but I just gotta clean up this mess for the second time of Molly. And then I was gonna read about this game and then be good bean. So the game it's releasing in a week. It's called The Alters. No, I think it's just called Alters. ALTERS. And I got on to talking about it because I was theorizing weird shit about parallel universes with this game. And then it led on to, like, clones. And Alters is about a game about, like, a sci-fi game about, like, a survival. And, like, this guy had to clone himself to help him commandeer a ship in an apocalyptic-like world. But maybe it's, like, an alien world. Or alien area. Yeah. Alright, let me deal with this stinking. I'll be back. I'm not muting. BRB. Goodness me, it never ends. Molly was like, had pre-zoomies as well. He was running around the bed. It was kind of good to see him with that energy. I haven't seen him with that energy for a while. But, like, there's not much room for him to run around in this room. Anyway, I might take a bit longer just because he threw up. So I have to clean that up too. Fuck's sake. Anyway, be right back. But you'll still hear me here, obviously. Just gonna go back and forward. it indicative of something going on? So I think it's best still to go, even though symptomless. I mean, honestly, I could probably arc it up. Not 100% sure, but I probably could, but I don't want to do that. If I rub my eye a little bit too much or wash it out with water, I reckon it would do the same thing. It should be able to not do that though. Like take that kind of treatment. Lucky I muted before. Molly was throwing up. You would have had to listen to that. Lol. Alright. Let's get a bit of soap going on here. Lucky you went down here, actually. You missed the litter box, but it was still down here. I got like a tarp going on here anyway. It's funny how Mama knows. I thought he was about to throw up. I didn't realize he'd already thrown up, but I knew it was throw up related. But sometimes they lick their lips when they eat biscuits. Alright, I'll be right back. This game is kind of educated to talk about, like, talking about the brain and that learning stuff. It's kind of nice to talk about it and, like, learn shit while having this game in the background. I was thinking while I was gone, I was like, maybe I should become, just jokingly, but unless, like, a game dev, just to create games like this so I have a background to, and also something, platform to incite, encourage, like, learning and rambles. I just become a game dev just to do that. Or I was just thinking, because it's nice having this as the background, or I was just thinking I use this game as a template for, like, learning, like, neuroscience topics, and we just go back to this room. Or I was thinking maybe I pick up this book and we, like, replay this game later whenever we want to learn some neuroscience, and we will learn everything thoroughly in this book. Because this chapter alludes to many different things. So we can learn about the hippocampus, we can learn about damage, brain injury, different types of memory, like declarative, procedural, retrograde, anterograde, amnesia. All this is so much information here, and you could really go down, like, even like how neurotransmitters are, like, for neural communication, like how that goes on. Like, we could just have this as the background to learn all those different concepts, and we can, like, literally thoroughly learn everything what's briefly mentioned here, and also take it a bit beyond that. That might be a thing, actually. Because it's nice. And it's like a thing that I did that's still relevant to this game. Alright, take note. Take note. Actually, I might actually do that. It'd be like a little unusual but interesting thing. I'm writing a note. Like, even that book's like neuroplasticity. Like, I could even, like, just have it in the background and talk about concepts of, like, neuroplasticity, which probably lends to, like, maybe concepts on neuroregeneration and also degeneration when the plasticity just doesn't work, or how we could bridge that. It'd be cool if I could have the book up and then just flip it, and that can be the background. Oh shit. But the damn TPing thing. I mean, if I read the thing... Oh, but then that's in the way. I just can't have my finger holding right click like the whole for a whole entire strim. I mean, arguably I'd already done that. Hang on, I'm still writing notes. I'm writing a note to clip the hippocampus joke. I made that up. Like, I'm proud of that. It's kind of like dorky and maybe semi-funny. Sometimes it's fully funny because of the semi-funniness. But I want to do, like, a clip of that. Lol. Anyway. You gave me a super random thought, like a college with a hippo as a mascot. So the college's debate team are the hypocrites. Actually, that one's pretty clever. Pretty kind of like mine. Clever, but then you're like, wait. Yeah. Like, where did the crits come from? But I guess it's like hypocrites and, like, debating. I don't know. I think we need to tie the crits in a bit more. I mean, sometimes when you debate, like, you're critical, and crits is short, can be short for critical a little bit. I fucking don't know. Hypocrites. Alright, so if we're grading our jokes, what do we grade mine and what do we grade yours? we put it to B's. Molly! He's doing it! You're a little fucking asshole, I swear to God. You remember what I mentioned before? He's usually, like, Georgie goes ape on him, and then maybe I don't see it, or maybe she does just go ape on him, and then she gets the brunt of it being told off. And Molly has been unwell. But literally, that's the third time in the past couple of days that I've seen Georgie just sitting there, and Molly comes right up to her and bonks her on the head. Like a little asshole. Molly, stop being a little asshole. Poor Georgie. Georgie, let me fix your bed. Come on. There. She keeps knocking her bed off the bed. So then she was like laying sadly, not on her bed. There we go. I'm sorry you have to put up with this shit. He's a little fucking bastard. What an ass. Critical thinking as well, yeah. It's Chessie. You talking about Chess here? Jeezy. Okay, this is solid. I thought that was a fucking B, bro. Although an 8 may as well be a fucking B, bro. Mine's a fucking... I'm trying to make a joke about it, but I can't. Mine's an A+. Alright. I'll give yours an A-. Oh yeah, that fucking score of 8, I'll give yours a fucking B-. That's pretty good. Alright, was there anything else to look at? Nah, that was it. I already looked at the chocolate box, right? This is the beginning. I think I checked, like, when I logged back into the email, I saw something. I think she ended the letter with, like, love you infinity. I thought they rearranged it a little bit, but they did. I'm pretty sure I checked it was the same. Wait, did she say good luck? Very cute. So these are, like, pralines? Ooh! Chocky! There's one in there, no? Or a couple. See, the exposed bits are empty, but except for that one. There's one there, right? And I think there's some in there. Gimme! I'm hungry now. At least it passes. I changed my mind. F. Just kidding. It's a bit rough. Sorry about that. Alright, yeah, we've looked at everything. Make sure you always look up how many candlelights here. We can really explore the architecture in this room. 3 candlelights. I don't know, some air conditioning vents must be going through here or something. It's not a bad place. Seems pretty. Floorboards are nice. Is that veneer or, you know, solid wood? Skirtings. Electrical outlet. Wait, what country is this? That's not what they look like in Australia. I mean, I figured it probably wouldn't be Australia anyway. Is this what your outlets look like? A kind of sad-ish neutral face? What do ours look like? I don't know, it doesn't look like that though. They're more angled. What do ours look like? I think there's a straight one, the middle one's straight, and then the middle one on the bottom is straight, and so it looks like the top ones, and then the top one's like angled. American. Yes, Australian. Alright. Oh look, the room is twice as big now. I wonder if I could see. That would be scary if I see different shit in the reflection. It's all looking pretty same to me. Except for, like, my weird reflection. Hologram graphic thing. Alright, I don't know why I'm still playing the game. Let's be good pain. I'm kind of, like, just admiring this room now that I'm just stuck in this room. Coffee. An outlet. Is that like a wireless, like battery operated lamp? Why are there outlets and none of them being used? Also, what is this? This is like a heater, no? Oh, is this a heater? Look how close it is to the desk, though. I take it that's a heater. I feel like that's a fucking English thing. Like these kind of heaters are like England or maybe somewhere else. But it's touching the desk. That's weird. See these little details? If I wasn't a slow bean and a procrastinating bean, we would never have gotten to appreciate it. Like, truly appreciate the, this little cacti. And yeah. And what goes into creating these fucking items in game. You know, some of the shit that I'm learning to do with, like, the animation and, like, they probably, like, that's a bit of what they do, like, in developing games. Or a component. Like, creating the models, like, animating and stuff like that. Arguably, there's so much. There's actually props to, like, game devs and particularly, like, solo or indie game devs doing, like, a jack of all trades. There's so much in it to do. It's kind of mad to do that, like, on a very small scale with not that many people, not that much budget, and particularly for doing it solo. Because I've been watching this dev, the one doing Long Gone, the pixelated zombie game, and it's kind of amazing because they stream on, like, Twitch, and that's what they were saying recently. Because someone asked them a question, like, what's their specialty? And they said they don't really consider themselves a specialist on anything, but maybe, like, a bit of a jack of all trades. And honestly, working on their own solo dev project, they've literally had to do everything. It's like, even, like, so the art, coding, animation, crazy. That's, like, a lot. So if I think about, like, what I'm doing with the VTuber model, there's a lot. That's, like, hectic a lot what they're doing. I suppose I could transfer over to FU, excuse me? Wait, that was written before that comment. How did I miss that one? Also, CUB is from half an hour ago. Alright, we're being good, Bean. What is the fucking time? I probably shouldn't look and just end the stream. Alright? Alright, we won't TP anywhere because this place is kind of nice. I've kind of gotten used to being in this place, this room. Can you see the sunlight streaming in? I never really noticed that before. Is that just a thing that happens when you stay in the room too long? I was never really aware of that until now. That's nice. So yeah, I've spent the whole stream in this room and now I'm cozying up. I kind of like this room and I don't want to leave. This stream and, like, the last one. Anyway, it's nice to end it here while it's kind of nice in this room. Here, let's stare at the, like, sunlight coming in. I think. Wait, that's kind of nice. It's a little bit flashbangy, but, like, that's nice. It's bathed in the sunlight as we are. Be good bean. No, good bad bean, basically. Maybe you're Joshua. I mean, wait. You say, what if I'm Mia? Wait, you saying my character or in real life, mate? Well, my character in game is Joshua. I am embodying them. So, like, you know, I'm like my wife and girlfriend and my child. Like, you know, I'm embodying. Like, I'm really immersing. The immersion. I'm immersing myself in his shoes. I kind of like to play like that a little bit. So, yeah. What if I'm Mia? Are these, like, existential questions we're asking ourselves? What if I'm Joshua? What if I'm Mia? What if we're all fucking connected to the Matrix? And this is all but a dream. What if? And there's only a very, very few that break beyond and are fighting for humanity against the robot overlords. No spoilers intended. Anyway. What if? Always comes back to the Matrix, man. That was a pretty good concept, good movie, actually. I mean, there were multiple movies, but what I remember of it, it's pretty interesting. But I want to watch The Matrix again, the first one. Actually, I want to watch them all. I don't know. Have I watched them all or not? I don't know. But, you know, relive that bit when Neo was just, like, fresh and they're figuring, like, new, and then this shit's happening and then figuring it out. It's a classic. Alright, maybe we'll do a Matrix-a-thon at some point. Remind me, I'll probably forget. And then we watch Constantine. I don't know if I've watched, have I? I think there were a couple of Constantines, too. Shia LaBeouf was a bit younger. I think this is when he started to do a bit more of the movie scene. He's still a bit younger, but like older than he was in like what is the series that he was doing. He was actually very funny than that though. Fuck, what was that? Even Stevens. He was hilarious in that show. Actually, I actually liked watching that show purely because he was in it and he was fucking funny as fuck. But he's like a child. I don't know, like I stumbled across that show. I think I stumbled across it a lot later than when it was originally airing. And I found him hilarious. He's like so funny. But I feel like he's probably still funny. I haven't watched any of his a lot of his current stuff, but I've watched some of his current stuff and I feel like he's like more serious. But he was hilarious as a younger actor, and particularly in Even Stevens. But even with a bit more serious roles, I could see like a bit of like humor coming out. But I don't know about the new stuff. But yeah, I think he's like in one of the Constantines, or maybe both. He's like the driver or something, right? I think I might have seen one of the Constantines, maybe not the other one. I barely remember it. I feel like that would be a good movie to watch, actually. I saw someone talking about it recently. I don't know where I came across it. So it's basically just a Keanu Reeves marathon. He's a pretty good actor, actually. Yeah. Like, even, like, he's John Wick, right? I don't think I've seen John Wick. Or maybe I saw the first one or a bit of the first one. Isn't there a movie to be released soon about... I don't know. Block ears if you don't want spoilers, but, like, I don't even know really much about John Wick. But I think there's, like, a movie released soon with a girl, and I guess she's probably his daughter. Bro, I didn't even know he had a daughter. Like, I can't remember. I don't even know what goes on in John Wick, to be honest, for the most part. I just heard it's a really good movie. But yeah, I think there's a movie to be released soon where I don't know if it'll have him in or what happened to him or not, no spoilers. But, like, it's just about, I think it's about his daughter. So it's relevant. So we could do a John Wick-a-thon and then watch that movie. Okay, fine. I gotta be good being. I keep getting distracted. Let me just quickly Google that and confirm it's a thing. Is there a new movie about John Wick's daughter? Yes. There is a new movie in the John Wick universe called From the World of John Wick Ballerina. Yeah, I saw that recently. Starring Ana de Armas as a young... I mean, it's a bit of a descriptive year. You can look ears if you don't want to hear. As a young assassin seeking revenge. Wait, his daughter became an assassin? Ah, it's a spin-off. It's still quite closely related. So the film is a spin-off, not a direct sequel to John Wick. Oh, shit. It's set between... has there been that many John Wicks? How many John Wick movies are there? It says it's set between the events of John Wick Chapter 3, Parabellum, and John Wick Chapter 4. So it's not direct succession. I could be wrong. Maybe it's not his daughter. I don't know. Maybe we won't read too much to get into it. How many John Wick movies are there? I remember seeing the start of a John Wick movie, though. I think the first one, and it was quite sad. But for some reason, I don't know if I watched the whole thing, but why wouldn't I? Can't I get a direct answer? I mean, there is a question that says, is there really a John Wick 5? So I assume that there is actually at least 4. Oh, wait, it comes up with the pictures of them at the beginning. I mean, at the start. I just overlooked the pictures. And it literally says John Wick Chapter 2, John Wick Chapter 3, John Wick Chapter 4. Holy shit, the first John Wick was 2014? That's like fucking 11 years ago. And it's like 2017, 2019, and then 2023. Oh, wait, so there was a John Wick... Oh, okay, that was like 2 years ago, though. Actually, that one, I just assumed it was his daughter. It may not be his daughter. Does he have a daughter? I don't know. I remember he had... Yeah, maybe a family and a child and something happened, so maybe it was a daughter. Could have been a son, though. They could have passed. Anyway. Alright, one sec. I'm going to mute this because I'm congested. And then we're fucking being good bean. Wait, I still haven't read that game. The Alters game. Okay, we're reading the Alters game and then we're done. Alright? But I need to mute because I'm congested. One sec. Alright, I'm back. Need a drink. We're getting my phone and we're reading the synopsis for the Alters game that releases in a week. That was kind of interesting. And then we're shutting down my PC. Matrix Marathon. Fucking turning into John Wicker, Keanu Reeves are fun. He's a good actor. I'm surprised at how many movies of his I haven't seen. Apparently really good movies. Oh, fuck, I'm suddenly really hungry, too. Hold on, let me drink some more water to get me by. Even though water's not food. I have something to eat, though. Did I tell you about making I don't think I finished my story about making the muffins. Well, anyway, I made, like, sausage ones. They're pretty good. So I have, like, a leftover one I'll heat up now. Oh, fuck. I'm just, like, suddenly drained of energy, bro. I'm really hungry. That's alright. We'll get through this. Alright, we gotta be good bean. Alright, here. So the game's called Alters, A-L-T-E-R-S. It's about a dude that's cloned himself to survive on a spaceship. So I'm not talking into the phone, I don't think. Are you really done? Yeah. Yeah. And this hungry is hitting me hard for some reason, actually, so I'm going to go get something to eat. Maybe it's getting worse because I know I've got something good waiting for me in the fridge. Alright, explore an emotional sci-fi game with a unique blend of survival, adventure, and base-building elements. That already sounds pretty interesting. Help Jan Dolsky, the sole survivor of an ill-fated space expedition, create alternative versions of himself to escape a hostile planet and tackle personal turmoils with this unconventional crew. Okay, that's why I thought it was apocalyptic, but maybe when I was reading a bit more, maybe not. So he's on his own, but he's isolated in the fucking cosmos. So everybody else probably died but him. But there's still people, probably his family and stuff on Earth. He's just so far away. You know how it is. You know how it is, space travel and shit, or at least in the movies and the games. Yeah, and apparently it's like got comedy. Like, obviously it's dark. There's gonna be drama, but I like it when there's a bit of comedy sprinkled. Honestly, if you look at the image advertising the game with the different dudes, it actually looks kind of funny. I wonder if they based the, it looks quite lifelike. Like, I wonder if they based it on the character on a human. Like a real person. The Alters based on a real person. The Tets? What the fuck? I said Alters. Petson. Bro, I'm doing it again. I digress. What are you talking about? Just search it. Alters. Wait, what the fuck? Alters in the maybe this is the name of the game is a play on this. Alters in the context of dissociative identity disorder, DID, are not based on real people. This is Google responding. I need to put the game in. I typed in, are the alters based on a real person? And this is what Google AI said. Alters in the context of dissociative identity disorder, DID, are not based on real people. They are distinct parts of the same person's personality, often developed to cope trauma. I mean, that's not funny, but to cope with trauma. These parts or ego states can have unique memories, thoughts, and behaviors, but they are not separate individuals. Wait, I was like, surely there's been a movie on this. Wasn't that movie with the guy? Fuck, what was that? Like, that's that thing, right? That condition? Movies? Bro, I'm going down the rabbit hole again. Movies with DID. Let's see if it'll get the acronym. Stop putting a full stop. Maybe it was something a bit different. Fuck, what's that guy called? Oh, I now want to figure out this movie. Oh yeah, traveling to the moon is such a pain. Wait, what? Wait, nah, it wasn't Fight Club. Alright, let's go back to my original Googling and thought. Are the alters... okay. Are the clones in the game alters based on a real person? In the game, the alters are not... Wait, no! Is it just giving us a spoiler? Alright, I couldn't help but keep to read on. I think AI is just having a meltdown. It's telling me what I already know. In the game of the alters are not clones of a real person, but rather alternate versions of the protagonist. Oh, fuck! I think I spoiled a little bit by just reading that. Although, interesting. Alright, let's not fucking internalize that, and I won't tell you guys it, but... I don't think it was too much of a spoiler, but it was a bit of a giveaway and a bit interesting, but you would soon find that out. It's just like what he does to kind of achieve the different versions of himself, how he ends up with them. I won't tell you. Although it is kind of, maybe I should shut up. It is kind of along the multiverse parallel world discussion we were having. I knew there was a similarity. It's so weird. Like, it's different concepts of parallel worlds and multiverses and cloning, but, like, at the same time, there's so much similarity. Anyway, I don't think Google understands what I'm trying to ask. Okay. How else can I phrase this? Maybe the information's not out there yet. Like, I want to know if the model for the characters, the clones and the protagonists, if it's based on a real human. You know how they do that sometimes? Didn't they do that with The Last of Us? Like, the chick in The Last of Us 2? Because there's this whole thing about her playing the game. But she kind of had nothing to do with the game. They just based the aesthetic of the chick on her. But she had nothing to do with the game. Isn't that interesting? Like, how do you acquire, like, oh, we're going to pay you so much, acquire the rights to, like, create a character that looks like you? Like, and how do they come across that? I don't know. Like, you would think she would even do the voice acting. I don't know if maybe she was the voice actor. I don't think she was, though. I think they just based the model on her. Look it up, that movie. I don't know what to look up. Wait, what was the movie again? Oh, yeah. Oh, I probably could. I'm torn between two things now, and I'm being bad bean. I'm supposed to be ending strim. What is it? Movie. He was like a psycho. Wait, was it called like psychopath or something? Movie with. Oh, it came up. Oh, I just typed in Google is scary. I think it's taking my information in. I just typed in movie with, and then it came up with movie with multiple personalities. Wait, did I just Google that, or is this my search history? Movie with clones. Wait, what the fuck? No, I think Google is just taking in my previous searches. They're scary. I just typed in movie with, and it came up with movie with multiple personalities, movie with clones, and then it came up with that fucking movie. Movie with guy with multiple personalities. Split. 2016 film. I mean, I get scary, but thank you, Google. So it was called Split. Yeah. And that, the Google saying stuff about, what is it? Dissociative something, DID. How they can almost, like, there's these different personalities and they can really have, like, distinct memories and histories and personas, but it's the same person. Do you reckon it's hard to know, though, unless you're actually one of those people, but then if you're one of those people, would you be, like, researching and trying to understand it? Maybe. But how would you know for sure, unless you're one of those people, whether they're actually distinct? Because people are probably just on the outside, like, analysing and note-taking and trying to figure out, and it comes across as the person is, like, almost like other people. Like... I think in the movie Split, maybe it's kind of representative. Some of the personas had awareness of the other personas, so maybe it's like that. But I'm just wondering if, like, there is, like, a persona, multiple personas, and they're totally unaware of each other. And, like, they, for some reason, some trigger or whatever, the person ends up being this one persona and playing, like, well, not playing them out, living like that. And then all of a sudden they become another persona and they rotate around and they have no knowledge of the other personas or memories or anything. Actually, I think that was a thing. Oh, now I'm going on to something else. There was this series ages ago that was actually kind of like that, but then they got to know of each other a little bit. So I think it was like this neurosurgeon or something, and he had another version of himself, but it was just him that took over his, like, control of his body and his awareness, and he's just gone at nighttime, and he would do fucked up shit and weird shit, mostly at night. And he kept waking up with, like, sussy shit going on and, like, being worried and, like, maybe, I don't know, he's done bad shit and he didn't know why. And it's like this other personality that takes over at, like, nighttime. And I don't think that they were aware of each other, but weird shit would be going on. And then eventually they became aware because of, like, the shit, the trail of shit, for instance, that the other one is leaving behind, and he's waking up. What was that one called? I don't think that series took off. Interesting premise, though. Bro, I'm just going to keep going from series to series. A series of I think he was a neurosurgeon. This is fiction. Series of a... Bro, I keep putting the full stops. Oh, stop it. Stop with the full stops. Series of a neurosurgeon. Can I spell surgeon? Holy shit. With DID, I guess? Diddy movie? What the fuck? With, a multiple personality. Take over. Take over. No full stop at night. I think they... Was it this series or another one where they came to like an agreement where he would take over and he would just let him? But he was trying to curb the bad shit he was doing? I don't know. Oh, how did I not know this name? So it's called Do No Harm, which is like, you know, first do no harm. It's like an oath the doctors take, don't they? But the series is called Do No Harm. Follows Dr. Jason Cole, a neurosurgeon who is taken over by his evil alter ego, Ian Price, every night from 8:25 p.m. to 8:25 a.m. This is a modern take on the classic, oh, makes sense, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde story. The series explores moral dilemmas and conflicts that arise from having different personality take over during certain hours. How many seasons did it get? The promo sounds actually really cool. Sorry, I'm not reading chat at all. How many seasons is series Do No Harm? Yeah, I didn't think it took off. It only had one season with 13 episodes. The show was cancelled by NBC after its first 2 episodes aired. Did not take off. It's actually got a good rating on IMDb. I don't see that often. I mean, 6.8 out of 10. Is that good? Anyway, sorry. I'm back. That's the same thing as Fight Club? I think I saw Fight Club. The taking over thing. So same but different, because obviously this guy's like a neurosurgeon. Wait, is the guy in Fight Club a neurosurgeon? I feel like I've seen Fight Club, but for some reason I don't really remember it. Crazy. Let's watch this in Fight Club. Fight Club. Wasn't there another movie, a weird ass movie? I think it had Brad Pitt in it, and it was called like Seven or some shit. Unhappy with his capitalistic lifestyle, a white-collared insomniac. I don't think DID is... It's not suggesting that in the synopsis. What's DID stand for again? I mean, he is an insomniac, so... Like, technically, is that other guy, because his alter ego takes over at the other hours, technically he's an insomniac. Because they just never go to sleep. Honestly, if you never go to sleep, you'll probably go crazy. Dissociative identity disorder. Dissociative identity disorder symptoms. Alright, listen up, guys. Passively influence. Internal voices, intrusive thoughts, feelings, urges. Changing memories, skills, preferences, identity confusion, amnesia, flashbacks, feeling like different people, dissociation. Bah. Some other symptoms like memory loss, physical movement changes, self-harm, depression, sense of lost time, sleep disturbances. Oh, here's some things on the flip side to like coping with it. So eat healthy, identify triggers, exercise, practice mindfulness, sleep healthy. Honestly, A lot of us could use that, to be honest. Alright, sorry, I'm going down a rabbit hole. Fuck. It's your fault, Google. Technically, it's a spoiler. It's not... Okay, no, wait. Kofi? Fucking spoilers, mate! Spoilers! I may have seen that movie in a fucking alternate parallel reality, but that doesn't matter. Spoilers. I feel like I've seen like the movie. Maybe my fucking alter ego saw it. Anyway. Alright, we'll forget that. Was ever mentioned. Alright, I gotta be good being there. Fuck. As I go down some other rabbit hole. Oh my god, I wasn't supposed to be awake at this time. Or like, still streaming. Maybe awake but not streaming. I'm gonna be tired. I didn't say it in relation to that fucking movie though. Or are we talking about Seven here? Honestly, I don't even remember that movie. I just remember it was weird, fucked up. It had Brad Pitt in it as well. Great. Now I'm looking up this movie. The movie Seven, often stylized as this. Wait, that's not it. Was it not called Seven? Oh, it is. Was it based on an older movie? Maybe that's just a different picture of it. Yeah. Alright, forget about it. Maybe there was another movie called Seven. I don't know. Maybe it just had a different imagery for the movie. For some reason, it didn't have Brad Pitt, even though, or Morgan Freeman, which was the protagonist, but or the main characters or whatever. Alright, come on. Alright, bridge time. If it's not bridge time for you, soon. I mean, at some point. Alright, let's do a spin. That's my emote in the fucking sunlight. There we go. Alright, we'll be good bean. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, thank you guys for the stream. Thanks for chilling out. Bees, who's now gone because no more battery on phone. Should have charged it. No podcast these days with work, unfortunately. Bro, why does this smell like stinky? Did somebody else do a stinky? Why does it feel... Look at the... Oh, look at them now, though. I'm about to finish stream, and I can feed them now, and they're like little fucking cinnamon buns. It's so funny that the way that they lay down sometimes, they're literal twins. Even though they fucking probably despise each other. And, like, how does that work out? Because there's been so many occasions when they're literally asleep and they're literally, like, spitting images of one another. I mean, Georgie's a little bit of a tighter cinnamon bun. But, like, I just find that they lay in unison is kind of crazy. Blame somebody else. For what? How far behind is that platform, bro? Oh, you talking about the stinky? Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Wait, it's fucking so stinky though, bro. I was like, did Georgie do a stinky now? It looks kind of, the litter looks clean. Maybe the stink is just following Molly, bro. He probably farted. Maybe Georgie farted, I don't know. Somebody farted and it wasn't me. I can tell you that. Bruh. Anyway, alright. What we were doing? Ending stream. Alright. I had a blast. It was a nice stream. I didn't get through much. So to be continued. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for cheering, watching, liking. I was gonna do Sea of Thieves on Sunday, but I might hold off. I mean, it might be a stream thing for later on, but I know Fer wanted to play Sea of Thieves, so... Like, the times that I'm streaming at the moment is not really accommodating for third times. So, see if these might be an off-stream thing on like a Saturday a lot earlier. You would think if I could play earlier, why couldn't I start stream earlier? But it just it's hard to explain. It just doesn't work out that way, okay? And maybe see if these later on, but I want to play Project Zomboid. We might do that as like a stream group game thingy. I mean, unless Fur has it, but I don't think Fur has it. Because I've been wanting to play that, and it's multiplayer. And I think they released Build 42. Wait, fuck, I'm Googling again. I want to know if Build 42 is released in multiplayer now. Because it was released, but only single player. Probably for testing. Is Project Zomboid? Zombood. Build 42. Multiplayer. Maybe they're not. Actually, they might have released it, but it's not multiplayer. Like, there's a roadmap for that. Fuck. No, multiplayer is initially disabled in Project Zomboid's Build 42 unstable branch, while multiplayer is planned for later release during the unstable beta process. It is not available at launch. However, some users have explored alternate ways to play online co-op with friends using tools like Parsec, enabling Parsec. I remember that. That's still going on. Enabling online gameplay through split screen-like experiences. But that's just sharing their screens, right? They're not playing together? When is Build 42 fully released? I mean, obviously that's subjective. The unstable beta release was December 2024, with the final stable release still being awaited. The exact date for full release hasn't been specified, but it was anticipated to be sometime in 2025. Alright, well. Okay, scrap that. There's no Build 42 multiplayer yet, but we can play regular, like, one. But I think there are, like, some cool features that are in Build 42. Like, they were adding animals. Is that in regular? Animals in regular multiplayer Project Zomboid. Because I want to play, and like, contrary to what most people do and play, I want to like create my own farm. If they're doing the animals, do the animals. I know the farming doesn't even get you much, but I just want to do that. Yeah. Wait, what? Yes, Project Zomboid's Build 42 includes animals roaming the landscape with basic AI. And they are available in regular... Oh, and they are available in regular multiplayer. Why'd you have to start off like that and debate me? But then it's not a debate. So apparently there are... It's in Build 42 and it's available in regular multiplayer? And these new animals support new crafting features and provide resources like milk, hide, and wool. Interesting! Sorry, I'm congested. Didn't mute that one. Alright, well, I swear to God, we're being good now. So yeah, anyway. So maybe some Project Zomboid next weekend, we'll see. In the meantime, I'll play whatever I feels. My mouse just got dipped. Get dipped, mouse. And yeah. I don't know. I'm looking forward to keep playing this. So we'll see. We might break it up with how many new games can we start? So maybe we might start a new game and Midnight Walk. Who knows? Whatever. Who knows? Maybe we'll fall back to the fucking insane asylum of Overwatch. Maybe some Pway. Who knows? Anyway, be good, Bean. I'm getting extra sniffly now. I want some noms, and I'm gonna be tired. But it could have been worse. I could have, bro. I still streamed for like 9 hours, bro. I mean, I want to say at least it wasn't 12, but still, it was supposed to be way shorter than the other stream. And the other stream, I didn't have anywhere to be, and it was like 9 hours. Anyway, let's quit whinging about it. It still could be worse, and we're still being a good bad bean. Anyway. I need a drink again. I think I'm almost out. Alright, we're actually being good bean. So, look, we're going on our whole spiel, you know. Make sure you get some chills, noms. I'll get some noms. I'll try and get whatever chills and sweeps that I can. It'll still be something, surely. I'm just probably going to be a bit tired. And be good bean. Do something on your to-do list. I'm going to put my appointment, that counts. And then something nice underneath. What the fuck? Afterwards. I don't know why I said that. You know, underneath my appointment. I think I was just visualizing it as like things I have to do and like top to the bottom. I was like, and then underneath my appointment, which I meant afterwards, but maybe I think I was I can't even remember anymore. Visualizing things vertically. I have no clue. I could be just talking shit now. Yeah, do something good underneath. Something to treat yourself nice. Anyway. Yeah, thank you for chilling. It's been fun. Both streams was fun, like this one and the other one. I played a lot more in the other one, but like actual gameplay, but it was a lot of interesting concepts. I like talking about that stuff. And bringing the excitement for learning back on stream. So that would be really cool. I really want to do that. I've got to be more proactive with that. Like I want some of the like concepts that I wanted to share with you guys, or even the basic stuff like learning like about the action potential again. Or there were these other notions that I wanted to relearn again and share with you guys. Or I could take a random current journal article and just read about it with you guys. See what's like on the verge of new science. That'd be interesting. So, yeah. Alright, I'm just gonna go, I'm gonna go with my, like, you know. I'm gonna go with my intuition on this one. Alright. I'm just gonna go with my intuition on this one. Alright, just give me a second. And we'll take away this. I find when I like have to just 1 second. So when I have to moderate on the other platform, I find what happens soon after I moderate is that I start getting the other platform has these like little emoji reaction things. So after I moderate, because I guess that's all they can do, I start getting an influx of, unless that's YouTube, I get an influx of emojis being spammed. And then I realized I can disable that. So then I take that away from them. But also, I may not have done this thing where you actually basically like ban somebody from your channel, and it's like called hiding them from your channel. And I think they can't see your channel anymore, but maybe if they're still on the page, they can. Molly, be good, son. Get off my PC. Molly, you little bastard. Molly jumped on my PC the other day, and now I'm worried that he's going to do it again and again. So I think he sees my headset being charged, or even not now. He just thinks food's up there. And I think I might have made a mistake of I shouldn't put my food on my PC, but it's in a bowl. Like, sometimes the room's so tight. So when I go to close the door, I just put the food on the bowl on top of the PC, and he just thinks there's food up there now. So he literally jumped on top of my PC. And he's attempted to do it again. Like, one time I had to restrain him. After that, he's looked up there a couple of times looking sussy. I think it might be a thing that he's starting to do. I hope not. Blast it away. Did you see that? I don't know. I had somebody else mention that shit before, and then it escalated. So I pretty much, if someone comes into your channel saying that shit, it's basically a red flag more often than not. And even if not, it's just like a weird thing. That it will escalate. So yeah. I just nip it in the bud now. I don't use all accounts with the exception of this one. No, but I'm just talking like if I ban someone and they're spamming the emojis, like you're like the only other person I'm aware of that's still in chat. So unless you're doing the emojis, all of a sudden, as I ban someone, I dare say it's the person that I banned that is spamming emojis. They're like so desperate to like communicate. Like they're like, I can't talk, so I guess I'm gonna spam a bunch of emojis. Oh, even though it does like there's like kind of nothing, but I guess it's something. And then I just take away that ability. I'm just gonna disable for the rest of the stream emojis. So sorry if you wanted to. Actually, I don't think it disables emojis. It's just the live reaction emojis. So sorry if you wanted to use that. Goofy, I disabled it. Yeah. Anyway, fuck. I was just ending stream. Alright. So, be good, beans. Might see you all the day after tomorrow, or technically tomorrow. I don't know at this rate. So, my Sunday in Australia. If I'm feeling good, we'll just see how it feels. But that's like the next time I would like to stream. Oh, those emojis I misunderstood. Oh, yeah, I think they're separate to the regular emojis. There's this, like, live reaction emoji thing. I don't know. That's kind of in a separate area. And they kind of just float around if people use them. Do I see it in OBS as well? I'm not sure. I think I happened to be in the browser because I was moderating. And that's usually when I see it. Because if I have to moderate someone and, like, if I can get them out of chat and ban them, I usually see an influx of them. Because the person that I dealt with is trying to fucking do shit. Yeah, but you can't talk. It's kind of funny, actually. So then I'm like, you know what? I'm going to disable this. There was one time it was kind of annoying. So I figured out how to disable it. Because they just kept spamming it, bro. It was fucking annoying. Maybe yeah, I think it does come up in my OBS chat. So it's just annoying. Like, kind of crazy. So I disabled it, but now I think it's funny. Probably knowing that I can disable it as well. So, say your final emojis. Goodbye. It's like I get to ban them twice. So, it's probably a bot, that person? I don't think it was. But it could be. Oh, you mean spamming the emojis? No. It coincides when I ban somebody. So, like, without a doubt. Like, it's happened many times. I've had to ban someone on that platform. There's the immediate spam of emojis directly after. So I dare say it's just a thing these banned poo beans do. These banned beans. Because they're desperate to keep going when they're already... You take chat away from them. But yeah, it's funny now because, like, I know I can, like, disable it. And it's like banning them twice. It's like, your final emojis. Goodbye. Anyway. I didn't put my nose. And on that note, a final blowing of the nose. Fuck, I'm so hungry. I'll let you know how Google goes. Well, I mean, not specifically. Actually, I probably won't. But I don't know why I said that. I mean, maybe. Or maybe I meant I'll let you know how it all goes with the next stream. So we'll see if we end up streaming someday, but hopefully. Although it would have been better if I was a good bean now, because things just roll over. But I'm forever a good bad bean. I should do merch that's like good bean, bad bean, good bad bean. I would opt for good bad bean. Or bad good bean? I don't know. Nah, good bad bean. Or bad good. I would opt for good bad bean, but technically isn't bad good bean better? Because at the core you're a good bean, but you're just being bad in the moment. Whereas bad good... Wait. Good bad bean means I'm being good in the moment, which I'm not. And means I'm a bad to the bean core. Wait, that should be a fucking shirt too. Bad to the bean core. Anyway. How am I still talking? Get some noms, chill, sweeps. Do something good in the morning and reward yourself. I gotta feed myself and both myself and these demanding quitties. And I might heal on Sunday. I got that song in my head now. What is it? What is that song? What's the other lyrics? I'm having a mind blank, but you know how it's like bad. Bad to the bone. Because I think of it as bean. I'm badass bean to the core. I'm badass bean to the core. Bad. Like, bad to the bone. Anyway. On that outro. Fuck, where's OBS? Too many tabs open at the moment. Be good bean. Bad. Speaking of that, Georgie, get out of that area. Georgie. She's in this corner. There's too much shit in there. Georgie, get out. You nuisance. Get out. I'm getting you wet food now. Get out. Thank you. Thank you. Talking about bad. Georgie's a bad bean. She's a good girl. I'll whisper that one. But she's a good girl. But bad bean. To the core. Actually, no, not to the core. Anyway. She's a bad good bean. Yeah. She's a good example of bad good bean. Yeah. Anyway, why am I still here? Anyway, bye! Bye bees for the VOD. Bye Koof. Bye everyone. On chat if you want bye. Otherwise, bye everyone. Bye, see you Sunday. I'm gonna get some food. Be good bean. Be good bean, bye. I'm gonna tab into the game and we can have the game subtle game music, I think. And then I'll have to tab out and then I'll end stream. Alright, be good bean, bye. Bye. Actually, you know what? Have a bit of lo-fi. Because I like to put my emojis in chat and then I'm gonna be tabbed out. Here you go. Be good bean, bye. Bye. Bye.
Meows loudly and paws at the screen. Welcome, MeewGeo. Pix is here to purty for the chat.
I think I was here the whole time,
Playfully
Pix.
swishes tail.
Instead of bad. Bye. Just in case, you know, didn't get that. Bye.
curls up next to Joshua and purrs softly. My dear Joshua, I know these days are hard, but I'm here with you always. Together we'll find the path to restore your memories and bring your family back home. One paw at a time, we'll discover parallel worlds until we succeed. Nuzzles his hand reassuringly.
Bruh. I didn't realize Pix is so cute. That's the story command, by the way. So it's to do with the game. I actually set it up for today. So obviously the protagonist is Joshua. Anyway, she's been saying some sweet ass things. She said it earlier when I was testing the command. And that was really sweet, actually. Bro, she sent an extra message too. To say the nuzzles his hand reassuringly. I didn't know she could do that. Damn. Anyway, bye! Cutie pics. Bye. Yeah, she's cutie. Bye. Oh yeah, see Tox if you're still here. Ain't no way! Bye.